Section 13, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 13. When it was the 405th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abd al-Rahman, the Moorman, the Chinaman, was wont to tell wondrous tales, amongst which was the following. He was on a voyage in the China seas with a company of merchants, when they sighted an island from afar. So they steered for it, and making fast thereto, saw that it was large and spacious. The ship's crew went ashore to get wood and water, taking with them hatchets and ropes and water-skis, the travellers accompanying them, and presently espied a great dome, white and gleaming, 100 cubits long. So they made towards it, and drawing near found that it was an egg of the rook, and fell on it with axes and stones and sticks, till they uncovered the young bird, and found the chick as it were a firm set hill. So they plucked out one of the wing feathers, but could not do so, save by helping one another, for all the quills were not full grown. After which they took what they could carry of the young bird's flesh, and cutting the quill away from the vein, returned to the ship. Then they set sail, and putting out to sea, voyaged with a fair wind all that night, till the sun rose. And while everything went well, they saw the rook come flying after them, as he were a vast cloud, with a rock in his talons, like a great heap bigger than the ship. As soon as he poised himself in air over the vessel, he let fall the rock upon it, but the craft, having great way on her, out went the rock, which fell into the sea with a loud crash, and a horrible. So Allah decreed their deliverance and saved them from doom, and they cooked the young bird's flesh and ate it. Now there were amongst them old white-bearded men, and when they awoke on the morrow, they found that their beards had turned black, nor did any who had eaten of the young rook grow gray ever after. Some said the cause of the return of youth to them and the ceasing of hoariness from them was that they had heated the pot with arrow wood, whilst others would have it that it came of eating the rook chick's flesh. And this is indeed a wonder of wonders. And a story is related of Adi bin Zaid and the Princess Hind. Al-Numan bin al-Munzar, king of the Arabs of Iraq, had a daughter named Hind, who went out one Pash, which is a feast day of the Nazarenes, to the White Church to take the sacrament. She was 11 years old, and was the loveliest woman of her age and time. And it so chanced that on the same day came to Hira a young man called Adi bin Zaid, with presents from the Khosrow to Al-Nu'aman, and he also went to the White Church to communicate. He was tall of stature and fair of favor, with handsome eyes and smooth cheeks, and had with him a company of his people. Now there was with Hind bint al-Nu'aman a slave girl named Mariah, who was enamored of Adi, but had not been able to foregather with him. So when she saw him in the church, she said to Hind, "Look at yonder youth. By Allah, he is handsomer than all thou seest." Hind asked, "And who is he?" And Mariah answered, "Adi bin Zaid." Quoth al-Nu'aman's daughter, "I fear lest he know me, if I draw nearer to look on him." Quoth Mariah, "How should he know thee, when he hath never seen thee?" So she drew near him, and found him jesting with the youths his companions, and indeed he surpassed them all, not only in his personal charms, but in the excellence of his speech, the eloquence of his tongue, and the richness of his raiment. When the princess saw him, she was ravished with him. Her reason was confounded, and her color changed. And Mariah, seeing her inclination to him, said to her, "Speak him." So she spoke to him, and went away. Now when he looked upon her, and heard her speech, he was captivated by her, and his wit was dazed. His heart fluttered, and his color changed, so that his companions suspected him, and he whispered one of them to follow her, and find out who she was. The young men went after her, and returning, informed him that she was Princess Hind, daughter of Al-Nu'aman. So Adi left the church, knowing not whither he went, for excess of love, and reciting these two couplets. O friends of me, one favor more I pray, unto the covenants find more your way. Turn me, that so I face the land of Hind, Then go, and fairest greetings for me say." Then he went to his lodging, and lay that night, restless and without appetite for the food of sleep. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 406th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Adi ended his verses, he went to his lodging, and lay that night, restless and without appetite for the food of sleep. Now on the morrow Maria accosted him, and he received her kindly, though before he would not incline to her, and said to her, "What is thy will?" Quoth she, "I have a want of thee." And quoth he, "Name it, for by Allah thou shalt not ask me aught, but I will give it thee." So she told him that she loved him, and her want of him was that he would grant her a lover's privacy, and he agreed to do her will, on condition that she would serve him with Hind, and devise some device to bring them together. Then he took her into a vintner's tavern in one of the by-streets of Hira, and lay with her. After which she returned to Hind, and asked her, "Dost thou not long to see Adi?" She answered, "How can this be? Indeed, my longing for him makes me restless, and no repose has left me since yesterday." Quoth Maria, "I will appoint him to be in such a place where thou canst look on him from the palace." Quoth Hind, "Do what thou wilt," and agreed with her upon the place. So Adi came, and the princess looked out upon him, and, when she saw him, she was like to topple down from the palace top, and said, "O Maria, except thou bring him into me this night, I shall die." So saying, she fell to the ground in a fainting fit, and her serving woman lifted her up and bore her into the palace. Whilst Maria hastened to Al-Nu'aman, and discovered the whole matter to him with perfect truth, telling him that indeed she was mad for the love of Adi, and except he marry her to him, she must be put to shame and die of love for him, which would disgrace her father among the Arabs, adding at the end, "There is no cure for this but wedlock." The king bowed his head a while in thought, and exclaimed again and again, "Verily, we are Allah's, and unto him we are returning." Then said he, "Woe to thee! How shall the marriage be brought about, seeing I mislike to open the matter?" And she said, "He is yet more ardently in love, and yet more desireful of her than she is of him. And I will so order the affair that he shall be unaware of his case being known to thee. But do not betray thyself, O king." Then she went to Adi, and after acquainting him with everything, said, "Make a feast, and bid the king thereto. And when the wine hath gotten the better of him, ask of him his daughter, for he will not refuse thee." Quoth Adi, "I fear lest this enrage him against me, and be the cause of enmity between us." But quoth she, "I came not to thee till I had settled the whole affair with him." Then she returned to Al-Nu'aman, and said to him, "Seek of Adi that he entertain thee in his house." Replied the king, "There is no harm in that." And after 3 days besought Adi to give him and his lords the morning meal in his house. He consented, and the king went to him. And when the wine had taken effect on Al-Nu'aman, Adi rose, and sought of him his daughter in wedlock. He consented, and married them, and brought her to him after 3 days, and they abode at Al-Nu'aman's court in all solace of life and its delight. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 407th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Adi abode with Hind bint al-Nu'aman bin Munzar 3 years in all solace of life and its delight, after which time the king was wroth with Adi, and slew him. Hind mourned for him with grievous mourning, and built her an hermitage outside the city, whither she retired and became a religious, weeping and bewailing her husband till she died. And her hermitage is seen to this day in the suburbs of Hira. They also tell a tale of Di-Ibl al-Khuzai with the lady and Muslim bin al-Walid. Quoth Di-Ibl al-Khuzai, "I was sitting one day at the gate of Al-Kark, when a damsel came past. Never saw I a fairer faced or better formed than she, walking with a voluptuous swaying gait, and ravishing all beholders, with her lithe and undulating pace. Now as my eyes fell on her, I was captivated by her, and my vitals trembled, and meseemed my heart flew forth of my breast. So I stood before her, and I accosted her with this verse. The tears of these eyes find easy release, but sleep flies these eyelids without surcease. Whereon she turned her face, and looking at me straightway, made answer with this distich. A trifle this, and his eyes be sore, when her eyes say yes to his love's caprice. I was astounded at the readiness of her reply, and the fluency of her speech, and rejoined with this verse. Say, cloth heart, of my fair inclined to him, whose tears like a swelling stream increase. And she answered me without hesitation thus, If thou crave our love, know that love's alone, and a debt to be paid by us twain apiece. Never entered my ears aught sweeter than her speech, nor ever saw I brighter than her face. So I changed rhyme and rhythm to try her, in my wonder at her words, and repeated this couplet. Will fate with joy of union ever bless our sight, and one desireful one with other one unite? She smiled at this. Never saw I fairer than her mouth, nor sweeter than her lips, and answered me without stay or delay in the following distich. Pray tell me what hath fate to do betwixt us twain? Thou art elate, so bless our ain with union and delight. At this I sprang up and fell to kissing her hands, and cried, I had not thought that fortune would vouchsafe me such occasion. Do thou follow me, not of bidding, or against thy will, but of the grace of thee and thy favour to me? Then I went on, and she after me. Now at that time I had no lodging, I deemed fit for the like of her. But Muslim bin al-Walid was my fast friend, and he had a handsome house, so I made for his abode, and knocked at the door, whereupon he came out, and I saluted him, saying, 'Tis for time like this that friends are treasured up. And he replied, With love and gladness, come in you twain. So we entered, but found money scarce with him. However, he gave me a kerchief, saying, Carry it to the bazaar, and sell it, and buy food, and what else thou needest. I took the handkerchief, and hastening to the market, sold it, and bought what we required of victuals and other matters. But when I returned, I found that Muslim had retired with her to an underground chamber. When he heard my step, he hurried out, and said to me, Allah requite thee the kindness thou hast done me, O Abu Ali, and reward thee in time to come and reckon it of thy good deeds on the day of doom. So saying, he took from me the food and wine, and shut the door in my face. His words enraged me, and I knew not what to do. But he stood behind the door, shaking from mirth, and when he saw me thus, he said to me, I conjure thee on my life, O Abu Ali, tell who it was composed this couplet. I lay in her arms all night, leaving him to sleep foul-hearted, but clean of staff. At this my rage redoubled, and I replied, Who wrote this other couplet? One, I wish him in belt 1,000 horns, exceeding in mighty height Manaf. Then I began to abuse him, and reproach him with the foulness of his action and his lack of honor. And he was silent, never uttering a word. But when I had finished, he smiled and said, Out on thee, O fool! Thou hast entered my house, and sold my kerchief, and spent my silver. So with whom art thou wroth, O pimp? Then he left me, and went away to her, whilst I said, By Allah, thou art right to twit me as nincompoop and pander. Then I left his door, and went away in sore concern, and I feel its trace in my heart to this very day. For I never had my will of her, nor, indeed, ever heard of her more. And amongst other tales is that about Isaac of Mosul and the merchant. Quoth Ishaq bin Ibrahim al-Masali, It so chanced that one day, feeling weary of being on duty at the palace and in attendance upon the caliph, I mounted horse and went forth at break of dawn, having a mind to ride out in the open country and take my pleasure. So I said to my servants, If there come a messenger from the caliph or another, say that I set out at daybreak upon a pressing business, and that ye know not whither I am gone. Then I fared forth alone, and went round about the city, till the sun waxed hot, when I halted in a great thoroughfare known as Al-Haram. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 408th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ishaq ben Ibrahim the Musali continued, When the sun waxed hot, I halted in a great thoroughfare known as Al-Haram, to take shelter in the shade, and found it in a spacious wing of a house which projected over the street. And I stood there but a little while, before there came up a black slave, leading an ass bestridden by a damsel. And under her were housings set with gems and pearls, and upon her were the richest of clothes. Richness can go no farther. And I saw that she was elegant of make, with languorous look and graceful mien. I asked one of the passers-by who she was, and he said, "She is a singer." So I fell in love with her at first sight. Hardly could I keep my seat on horseback. She entered the house at whose gate I stood, and as I was planning a device to gain access to her, there came up 2 men, young and comely, who asked admission, and the housemaster gave them leave to enter. So they alighted, and I also, and they entered, and I with them, they supposing that the master of the house had invited me. And we sat a while, till food was brought, and we ate. Then they set wine before us, and the damsel came out with a lute in her hand. She sang, and we drank, till I rose to obey a call of nature. Thereupon the host questioned the 2 others of me, and they replied that they knew me not. Whereupon quoth he, "This is a parasite. But he is a pleasant fellow, so treat him courteously." Then I came back and sat down in my place, whilst the damsel sang to a pleasing air these 2 couplets. Say to the she-gazelle, who's no gazelle, and cold Ariel, who's no Ariel, who lies with male, and yet no female is, whose gait is female, most unlike the male. She sang it right well, and the company drank, and her song pleased them. Then she caroled various pieces to rare measures, and amongst the rest one of mine, which consisted of this distich: Bare hills and campground desolate, and friends who all have gained their gate, how severance after union leaves me and their homes in saddest state. Her singing this time was even better than the first. Then she chanted other rare pieces, old and new amongst them, another of mine with the following 2 couplets. Say to angry lover who turns away, and shows thee his side, whatso thou wroughtest, all that by thee was wrought. Alb 'twas haply thy sport and play. I prayed her to repeat the song, that I might correct it for her, whereupon one of the 2 men accosted me, and said, Never saw we a more impudent lick-platter than thou. Art thou not content with a sponging, but thou must eke meddle and muddle? Of very sooth, in thee is the saying made true, parasite and pushing white. So I hung down my head for shame, and made him no answer, whilst his companion would have withheld him from me, but he would not be restrained. Presently they rose to pray, but I lagged behind a little, and, taking the lute, screwed up the sides, and brought it into perfect tune. Then I stood up in my place to pray with the rest, and when we had ended praying, the same man fell again to blaming and reviling me, and persisted in his rudeness, whilst I held my peace. Thereupon the damsel took the lute, and touching it, knew that it had been altered, and said, Who hath touched my lute? Quoth they, None of us have touched it. Quoth she, Nay, by Allah, someone hath touched it, and he is an artist, a past master in the craft, for he hath arranged the strings and tuned them like one who is a perfect performer. Said I, It was I tuned it. And said she, Then Allah upon thee, take it and play on it. So I took it, and playing a piece so difficult and so rare, that it went nigh to deaden the quick and quicken the dead, I sang thereto these couplets. I had a heart, and with it lived my life. 'Twas seared with fire, and burnt with loving lowe. I never won the blessing of her love. God would not on his slave such boon bestow. If what I've tasted be the food of love, must taste it all men who love food would know. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 13. Recording by Matt Pagan. Section 14, Volume 5 of The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 14. When it was the 409th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Ishak of Mosul thus continued. Now, when I had finished my verse, there was not one of the company but sprang from his place and sat down like schoolboys before me, saying, Allah upon thee, O our Lord, sing us another song. With pleasure, said I, and playing another measure in masterly fashion, sang thereto these couplets. O thou whose heart is melted down by force of Amor's fire, and griefs from every side against thy happiness conspire, unlawful is that he who pierced my vitals with his shaft. My blood between my midriff and my breastbone he desire. 'Twas plain upon our severance day that he had set his mind on an eternal parting, moved by tongue of envious liar. He sheds my blood he ne'er had shed except by wound of love. Will none demand my blood of him, my wreck of him require? When I had made an end of this song, there was not one of them but rose to his feet and threw himself upon the ground for excess of delight. Then I cast the lute from my hand, but they said, Allah upon thee, do not this wise, but let us hear another song, so Allah Almighty increase thee of his bounty. Replied I, O folk, I will sing you another song, and another, and will tell you who I am. I am Ishak bin Ibrahim al-Musali, and by Allah, I bear myself proudly to the Caliph when he seeketh me. Ye have today made me hear abuse from an unmannerly carle such as I loathe, and by Allah I will not speak a word nor sit with you, till ye put yonder quarrelsome churl out from among you. Quoth the fellow's companion to him, This is what I warned thee against, fearing for thy good name. So they hent him by the hand and thrust him out. And I took the lute and sang over again the songs of my own composing, which the damsel had sung. Then I whispered the host that she had taken my heart, and that I had no patience to abstain from her. Quoth he, She is thine on one condition. I asked, What is that? And he answered, It is that thou abide with me a month, when the damsel and all belonging to her of raiment and jewelry shall be thine. I rejoined, It is well, I will do this. So I tarried with him a whole month, whilst none knew where I was, and the Caliph sought me everywhere, but could come by no news of me. And at the end of this time the merchant delivered to me the damsel, together with all that pertained to her of things of price, and an eunuch to attend upon her. So I brought all that to my lodging, feeling as I were lord of the whole world, for exceeding delight in her. Then I rode forthright to Al-Mamun, and when I stood in the presence, he said, Woe to thee, O Ishak, where hast thou been? So I acquainted him with the story, and he said, Bring me that man at once. Thereupon I told him where he lived, and he sent and fetched me and questioned him of the case. When he repeated the story, and the Caliph said to him, Thou art a man of right, generous mind, and it is only fitting that thou be aided in thy generosity. Then he ordered him 100,000 dirhams, and said to me, O Ishak, bring the damsel before me. So I brought her to him, and she sang and delighted him, and being greatly gladdened by her, he said to me, I appoint her turn of service every Thursday, when she must come and sing to me from behind the curtain. And he ordered her 50,000 dirhams. So by Allah, I profited both myself and others by my ride. And amongst the tales they tell is one of the 3 unfortunate lovers. Quoth Al-Utbi, I was sitting one day with a company of educated men, telling stories of the folk, when the talk turned upon legends of lovers, and each of us said his say thereanent. Now there was in our company an old man who remained silent till all had spoken, and had no more to say, when, quoth he, Shall I tell you a thing, the like of which you never heard? No, never? Yes, quoth we. And he said, Know then, that I had a daughter who loved a youth, but we knew it not. While the youth loved a singing girl, who in her turn loved my daughter. One day I was present at an assembly wherein were also the youth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 410th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Shaykh continued. One day I was present at an assembly wherein were also the youth and the singing girl, and she chanted to us these couplets. Prove how love bringeth low, lover those tears that run, lowering him still the more, when pity finds he none. Cried the youth, By Allah, thou hast said well, O my mistress. Dost thou incite me to die? Answered the girl from behind the curtain, Yes, if thou be a true lover. So he laid his head on a cushion and closed his eyes. And when the cup came round to him, we shook him, and behold, he was dead. Therewith we all flocked to him, and our pleasure was troubled, and we grieved and broke up at once. When I came home, my people took in bad part my returning before the appointed time, and I told them what had befallen the youth, thinking that thereby I should greatly surprise them. My daughter heard my words, and rising, went from the sitting chamber into another, whither I followed her, and found her lying with her head on a cushion, even as I had told of the young man. So I shook her, and lo, she was dead. Then we laid her out, and set forth next morning to bury her, whilst the friends of the young man set forth in like guise to bury him. As we were on the way to the burial place, we met a third funeral, and asking whose it was, were told that it was that of the singing girl, who, hearing of my daughter's death, had done even as she did, and was dead. So we buried them all three on one day, and this is the rarest tale that ever was heard of lovers. And they also tell a tale of how Abu Hassan brake wind. They recount that in the city Kaukaban of Al-Yaman there was a man of the Fazli tribe who had left Badawi life and become a townsman for many years, and was a merchant of the most opulent merchants. His wife had deceased when both were young, and his friends were instant with him to marry again, ever quoting to him the words of the poet, Go gossip, re-wed thee, for prime draweth near. A wife is an almanac, good for the year. So being weary of contention, Abu Hassan entered into negotiations with the old women who procure matches, and married a maid like Canopus, when he hangeth over the seas of Al-Hind. He made high festival, therefore, bidding to the wedding banquet kith and kin, Olema and fakirs, friends and foes, and all his acquaintances of that countryside. The whole house was thrown open to feasting. There were rices of 5 several colors, and sherbets of as many more, and kids stuffed with walnuts and almonds and pistachios, and a camel colt roasted whole. So they ate and drank and made mirth and merriment. And the bride was displayed in her 7 dresses and one more to the women who could not take their eyes off her. At last the bridegroom was summoned to the chamber where she sat enthroned, and he rose slowly and with dignity from his divan. But in so doing, for that he was over full of meat and drink, lo and behold, he let fly a fart, great and terrible. Thereupon each guest turned to his neighbor and talked aloud, and made as though he had heard nothing, fearing for his life. But a consuming fire was lit in Abu Hassan's heart. So he pretended a call of nature, and in lieu of seeking the bride chamber, he went down to the house court and saddled his mare and rode off, weeping bitterly, through the shadow of the night. In time he reached Lahaj, where he found a ship ready to sail for India. So he shipped on board and made Calicut of Malabar. Here he met with many Arabs, especially Hazramis, who recommended him to the king. And this king, who is a Kafir, trusted him and advanced him to the captainship of his body guard. He remained 10 years in all solace and delight of life, at the end of which time he was seized with homesickness, and the longing to behold his native land was that of a lover pining for his beloved. And he came near to die of yearning desire, but his appointed day had not dawned. So after taking the first bath of health, he left the king without leave, and in due course landed at Makalla of Hazramat. Here he donned the rags of a religious, and keeping his name and case secret, fared for Kaukaban afoot, enduring 1,000 hardships of hunger, thirst, and fatigue, and braving 1,000 dangers from the lion, the snake, and the ghoul. But when he drew near his old home, he looked down upon it from the hills with brimming eyes, and said in himself, Haply they might know thee. So I will wander about the outskirts, and hearken to the folk. Allah grant that my case be not remembered by them. He listened carefully for 7 nights and 7 days, till it so chanced that as he was sitting at the door of a hut, he heard the voice of a young girl, saying, O my mother, tell me the day when I was born, for such an one of my companions is about to take an omen for me. And the mother answered, Thou was born, O my daughter, on the very night when Abu Hassan farted. Now the listener no sooner heard these words than he rose up from the bench and fled away, saying to himself, Verily, thy fart hath become a date, which shall last for ever and ever, even as the poet said, As long as palms shall shift the flower, as long as palms shall sift the flower. And he ceased not travelling and voyaging, and returned to India, and there abode in self-exile till he died, and the mercy of Allah be upon him. And they tell another story of the lovers of the Banu Tai. Qasim, son of Adi, was wont to relate that a man of the Banu Tamim spoke as follows. I went out one day in search of an estray, and coming to the waters of the Banu Tai, saw 2 companies of people near one another, and behold, those of one company were disputing among themselves even as the other. So I watched them, and observed in one of the companies a youth wasted with sickness, as he were a worn-out, dried-up water-skin. And as I looked on him, lo, he repeated these couplets. What ails the beauty she returneth not? Is beauty's irk or grudging to my lot? I sickened, and my friends all came to call. What stayed thee calling with a friendly knot? Hadst thou been sick, I had come running fast to thee, nor threats had kept me from the spot. Mid them I miss thee, and I lie alone. Sweetheart, to lose thy love, sad loss I wot. His words were heard by a damsel in the other company, who hastened towards him, and when her people followed her, she fought them off. Then the youth caught sight of her, and sprang up and ran towards her, whilst the people of his party ran after him and laid hold of him. However, he hailed and freed himself from them, and she in like manner loosed herself. And when they were free, each ran to other, and meeting between the 2 parties, embraced, and fell dead upon the ground. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 411th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the young man and the maid met between the 2 parties, and embraced, and both fell dead upon the ground, whereat came there out an old man from one of the tents, and stood over them, exclaiming, Verily, we are Allah's, and unto him we are returning. Then weeping sore, he said, Allah hath ruth on you both. By the Almighty, though you were not united in your lives, I will at least unite you after your deaths. And he bade lay them out, so they washed them, and shrouded them in one shroud, and dug for them one grave, and prayed one prayer over them both, and buried them in one tomb. Nor was there man or woman in the 2 parties, but I saw weeping over them, and buffeting their faces. Then I questioned the sheikh of them, and he said, She was my daughter, and he my brother's son, and love brought them to the pass thou seest. I exclaimed, Allah amend thee, but why didst thou not marry them to each other? Quoth he, I feared shame and dishonor, and now I am fallen into both. And they tell a tale of the mad lover. Quoth Abu Labas al-Mubarrad, I set out one day with a company to Al-Barid on an occasion, and coming to the monastery of Hirakal, we alighted in its shade. Presently a man came out to us and said, There are madmen in the monastery, and amongst them one who speaketh wisdom. If ye saw him, ye would marvel at his speech. So we arose all and went into the monastery, where we saw a man seated on a skin mat in one of the cells, with bare head and eyes intently fixed upon the wall. We saluted him, and he returned our salam without looking at us, and one said to us, "Repeat some verses to him, for when he heareth verse he speaketh." So I repeated these 2 couplets. O best of race, to whom gave Hawa boon of birth, except for thee the world were neither sweet nor fair. Thou'rt he whose face by Allah shown to man doth ward off death, decay, and hoary hair. When he heard from me this praise of the apostle, he turned towards us and repeated these lines. Well, Allah wotteth I am sorely plagued, nor can I show my pain to human sight. 2 souls have I, one soul is here contained, while other woneth in another sight. Meseems the absent soul's like present soul, and that she suffers what to me is dight. Then he asked us, Have I said well or said ill? And we answered, Thou hast said the clean contrary of ill, well, and right well. Then he put out his hand to a stone that was by him, and took it up. Whereupon, thinking he would throw it at us, we fled from him. But he fell to beating upon his breast there with violent blows, and said to us, Fear not, but draw near, and hear somewhat from me, and receive it from me. So we came back, and he repeated these couplets. When they made their camels yellow white kneel down at dawning grey, they mounted her on crupper, and the camel went his way. Mine eyeballs through the prison wall beheld them, and I cried, with streaming eyelids and a heart that burnt in dire dismay, O camel driver, turn thy beast, that I farewell my love. In parting and farewelling her, I see my doomed day. I'm faithful to my vows of love, which I have never broke. Would heaven I kenned what they have done with vows that vowed they. Then he looked at me and said, Say me, dost thou know what they did? Answered I, Yes, they are dead. Almighty Allah have mercy on them. At this his face changed, and he sprang to his feet and cried out, How knowest thou they be dead? And I replied, Were they alive, they had not left thee thus. Quoth he, By Allah, thou art right, and I care not to live after them. Then his side muscles quivered, and he fell on his face, and we ran up to him and shook him and found him dead. The mercy of the Almighty be on him. At this we marveled and mourned for him, and, sore mourning, laid him out and buried him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 412th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Al-Mubarrad thus continued. When the man fell, we mourned over him with sore mourning, and laid him out and buried him. And when I returned to Baghdad, and went into the Caliph Al-Mutawakkil, he saw the trace of tears on my face, and said to me, What is this? So I told him what had passed, and it was grievous to him, and he cried, What moved thee to deal thus with him? By Allah, if I thought thou didst not repent it and regret him, I would punish thee therefore. And he mourned for him the rest of the day. And amongst the tales they tell is one of the prior who became a Muslim. Quoth Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn al-Anbari, I once left Anbar on a journey to Amuriyah, where there came out to me the prior of the monastery and superior of the monkery, Abd al-Masih Height, and brought me into the building. There I found 40 religious, who entertained me that night with fair guest right, and I left them after seeing among them such diligence in adoration and devotion as I never beheld the like of in any others. Next day I farewelled them and fared forth, and, after doing my business at Amuriyah, I returned to my home at Anbar. And next year I made pilgrimage to Mecca, and as I was circumambulating the holy house, I saw Abd al-Masih, the monk, also compassing the Kaaba, and with him 5 of his fellows, the shavelings. Now when I was sure that it was indeed he, I accosted him, saying, Art thou not Abd al-Masih, the religious? And he replied, Nay, I am Abdallah, the desirous. Therewith I fell to kissing his grey hairs and shedding tears. Then taking him by the hand, I led him aside into a corner of the temple, and said to him, "Tell me the cause of thy conversion to al-Islam." And he made reply, "Verily, 'twas a wonder of wonders, and befell thus. A company of Moslem devotees came to the village wherein is our convent, and sent a youth to buy them food. He saw in the market a Christian damsel selling bread, who was of the fairest of women, and he was struck at first sight with such love of her, that his senses failed him, and he fell on his face in a fainting fit. When he revived, he returned to his companions, and told them what had befallen him, saying, 'Go ye about your business, I may not go with you.' They chided him and exhorted him, but he paid no heed to them. So they left him whilst he entered the village, and seated himself at the door of the woman's booth. She asked him what he wanted, and he told her that he was in love with her, whereupon she turned from him. But he abode in his place 3 days without tasting food, keeping his eyes fixed on her face. Now when as she saw that he departed not from her, she went to her people and acquainted them with his case, and they set on him the village boys, who stoned him and bruised his ribs and broke his head. But for all this he would not budge. Then the villagers took counsel together to slay him. But a man of them came to me and told me of his case, and I went to him and found him lying prostrate on the ground. So I wiped the blood from his face and carried him to the convent, and dressed his wounds, and there he abode with me 14 days. But as soon as he could walk, he left the monastery. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 14. Section 15, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 5, Section 15. When it was the 413th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abdallah the religious continued. So I carried him to the convent, and dressed his wounds, and he abode with me 14 days. But as soon as he could walk, he left the monastery, and returned to the door of the woman's booth, where he sat gazing on her as before. When she saw him, she came out to him, and said, 'By Allah, thou movest me to pity. Wilt thou enter my faith, that I may marry thee?' He cried, 'Allah forbid that I should put off the faith of unity, and enter that of plurality.' Quoth she, 'Come in with me to my house, and take thy will of me, and wend thy ways in peace.' Quoth he, 'Not so. I will not waste the worship of 12 years for the lust of an eye twinkle.' Said she, 'Then depart from me forthwith.' And he said, 'My heart will not suffer me to do that.' Whereupon she turned her countenance from him. Presently the boys found him out, and began to pelt him with stones. And he fell on his face, saying, 'Verily Allah is my protector, who sent down the book of the Quran, and he protecteth the righteous.' At this I sallied forth, and driving away the boys, lifted his head from the ground, and heard him say, 'Allah mine, unite me with her in paradise.' Then I carried him to the monastery, but he died before I could reach it. And I bore him without the village, and I dug for him a grave, and buried him. And next night, when half of it was spent, the damsel cried with a great cry, and she in her bed. So the villagers flocked to her, and questioned her of her case. Quoth she, 'As I slept, behold, the Moslem man came in to me, and taking me by the hand, carried me to the gate of paradise. But the guardian denied me entrance, saying, "'Tis forbidden to unbelievers." So I embraced al-Islam at his hands, and, entering with him, beheld therein pavilions and trees, such as I cannot describe to you. Moreover, he brought me to a pavilion of jewels, and said to me, "Of a truth, this is my pavilion and thine, nor will I enter it save with thee. But after 5 nights thou shalt be with me therein, if it be the will of Allah Almighty." Then he put forth his hand to a tree, which grew at the door of the pavilion, and plucked therefrom 2 apples, and gave them to me, saying, "Eat this, and keep the other, that the monks may see it." So I ate one of them, and never tasted I aught sweeter. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 414th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the woman continued. So he plucked 2 apples and gave them to me, saying, 'Eat this and keep the other that the monks may see it.' So I ate one of them and never tasted I aught sweeter. Then he took my hand and fared forth and carried me back to my house. And when I awoke, I found the taste of the apple in my mouth and the other in my hand." So saying, she brought out the apple, and in the darkness of the night it shone as it were a sparkling star. So they carried her, and the apple with her, to the monastery, where she repeated her vision and showed it to us. Never saw we its like among all the fruits of the world. Then I took a knife and cut the apple into pieces according as we were folk in company, and never knew we aught more delicious than its savour, nor more delightsome than its scent. But we said, "Haply this was a devil that appeared unto her to seduce her from her faith." Thereupon her people took her and went away. But she abstained from eating and drinking, and on the 5th night she rose from her bed, and going forth the village to the grave of her Moslem lover, threw herself upon it and died, her family not knowing what was come of her. But on the morrow there came to the village 2 Moslem elders, clad in haircloth, and with them 2 women in like garb, and said, "O people of the village, with you is a woman saint, a waliyah of the friends of Allah, who died a Moslemah, and we will take charge of her in lieu of you." So the villagers sought her and found her dead on the Moslem's grave, and they said, "This was one of us, and she died in our faith, so we will take charge of her." Rejoined the 2 old men, "Nay, she died a Moslemah, and we claim her." And the dispute waxed to a quarrel between them, till one of the sheikhs said, "Be this the test of her faith. The 40 monks of the monastery shall come and try to lift her from the grave. If they succeed, then she died a Nazarene. If not, one of us shall come and lift her up, and if she be lifted by him, she died a Moslemah." The villagers agreed to this, and fetched the 40 monks, who heartened one another and came to her to lift her, but could not. Then we tied a great rope round her middle and haled at it, but the rope broke in sunder, and she stirred not. And the villagers came and did the like, but could not move her from her place. At last, when all means failed, we said to one of the 2 sheikhs, "Come thou and lift her." So he went up to the grave, and, covering her with his mantle, said, "In the name of Allah the Compassionating, the Compassionate, and of the faith of the Apostle of Allah, on whom be prayers and peace." Then he lifted her, and taking her in his bosom, betook himself with her to a cave hard by, where they laid her, and the 2 women came and washed her and shrouded her. Then the 2 elders bore her to her Moslem lover's grave, and prayed over her, and buried her by his side, and went their ways. Now we were eyewitnesses of all this, and when we were alone with one another, we said, "In sooth, the truth is most worthy to be followed, and indeed the verity hath been made manifest to us. Nor is there a proof more patent of the truth of all Islam than that we have seen this day with our eyes." So I and all the monks became Moslems, and on like wise did the villagers. And we sent to the people of Mesopotamia for a doctor of the law, to instruct us in the ordinances of all Islam and the canons of the faith. They sent us a learned man and a pious, who taught us the rites of prayer and the tenets of the faith, and we are now in ease abounding. So to Allah be the praise and the thanks. And they also tell a tale of the loves of Abu Isa and Kurat al-Ain. Quoth Amru bin Masadah, Abu Isa, son of al-Rashid and brother to al-Mamun, was enamored of one Kurat al-Ain, a slave girl belonging to Ali bin Hashim, and she also loved him, but he concealed his passion, complaining of it to none, neither discovering his secret to anyone of his pride and magnanimity. For he had used his utmost endeavor to purchase her of her master, but he had failed. At last, when his patience was at an end, and his passion was sore on him, and he was helpless in the matter, he went in to al-Mamun one day of state after the folk had retired, and said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, if thou wilt this day make trial of thine Alcaides by taking them unawares, thou wilt know the generous from the mean, and note each one's place after the quality of his mind." But in saying this, he proposed only to sit with Kurat al-Ain in her lord's house. Quoth al-Mamun, "Right is thy recking. and bade make ready a barge called the Flyer, wherein he embarked with Abu Isa and a party of his chief officers. The first mansion he visited unexpectedly was that of Hamid al-Tawil of Tus, whom he found seated. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 415th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that al-Ma'mun embarked with his chief officers and fared on till they reached the mansion of Hamid al-Tawil of Tus, and, unexpectedly entering, they found him seated on a mat, and before him singers and players with lutes and flageolets and other instruments of music in their hands. So al-Ma'mun sat with him a while, and presently he set before him dishes of nothing but flesh meat, with no birds among them. The Caliph would not taste thereof, and Abu Isa said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, we have taken the owner of this place unawares, and he knew not of thy coming. But now let us go to another place which is prepared for thee and fitted for thee. Thereupon the Caliph arose and betook himself with his brother Abu Isa and his suite to the abode of Ali son of Hashim, who, on hearing of their approach, came out and received them with the goodliest of reception, and kissed the earth before the king. Then he brought them into his mansion, and opened to them a saloon than which seer never saw a goodlier. Its floors, pillars, and walls were of many-colored marbles, adorned with Greek paintings, and it was spread with matting of Sind, whereon were carpets and tapestry of Bassorah make, fitted to the length and breadth of the room. So the Caliph sat awhile, examining the house and its ceilings and walls, then said, Give us somewhat to eat. So they brought him forthwith nearly 100 dishes of poultry, besides other birds and brewesses, fritters, and cooling marinades. When he had eaten, he said, Give us something to drink, O Ali. And the host set before him in vessels of gold and silver and crystal, raisin wine boiled down to 1/3, with fruits and spices. And the cupbearers were pages like moons, clad in garments of Alexandrian stuff, interwoven with gold, and bearing on their breasts beakers of crystal, full of rose water mingled with musk. So al-Ma'mun marveled with exceeding marvel at all he saw, and said, Ho thou, Abu al-Hasan! Whereupon Ali sprang to the Caliph's carpet, and kissing it, said, At thy service, O Commander of the Faithful, and stood before him. Quoth al-Ma'mun, Let us hear some pleasant and merry song. Replied Ali, I hear and obey, O Commander of the Faithful, and said to one of his eunuchs, Fetch the singing women. So the slave went out, and presently returned, followed by 10 castratos, bearing 10 stools of gold, which they set down in due order. And after these came 10 damsels, concubines of the master, as they were shining full moons, or gardens full of bloom, clad in black brocade, with crowns of gold on their heads. And they passed along the room till they sat down on the stools, when sang they sundry songs. Al-Ma'mun looked at one of them, and being captivated by her elegance and fair favour, asked her, What is thy name, O damsel? And she answered, My name is Sajahi, O Commander of the Faithful. And he said, Sing to us, O Sajahi. So she played a lively measure, and sang these couplets. I walk for fear of interview, the weaklings walk, who sees 2 lion whelps the fount draw nigh. My cloak acts sword, my heart's perplexed with fright, lest jealous hostile eyes the approach descry, till sudden hapt I on a delicate maid, like desert doe that fails her fawns to espy. Quoth the Caliph, Thou hast done well, O damsel. Whose are these lines? She answered, Written by Amru bin Mahdi Karib al-Zubaydi, and the air is Ma-Abid's. Then the Caliph and Abu Isa and Ali drank, and the damsels went away, and were succeeded by other 10, all clad in flowered silk of al-Yaman, brocaded with gold, who sat down on the chairs and sang various songs. The Caliph looked at one of the concubines, who was like a wild heifer of the waste, and said to her, What is thy name, O damsel? She replied, My name is Zabiyah, O Commander of the Faithful. And he, Sing to us, Zabiyah. So she warbled like a bird with many a trill, and sang these 2 couplets. Houris and high-born dames who feel no fear of men, like Meccan game forbidden man to slam.
Their soft sweet voices make you deem them whores, but bars them from all whoring all Islam." When she had finished, Al-Mamun cried, "Favoured of Allah art thou." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 416th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the slave girl finished her song, Al-Mamun cried, 'Favoured of Allah art thou. Whose is this verse?' And she answered, 'Shahryar's, and the air is by Ibn Suraj.'" Then the Caliph and his company drank, whilst the girls went away, and there came forth yet other 10, as they were rubies, robed in red brocade, inwoven with gold, and purfled with pearls and jewels, whilst all their heads were bare. They sat down on the stools and sang various airs. So the Caliph looked at one of them, who was like the sun of the day, and asked her, "What is thy name, O damsel?" And she answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, my name is Fatin." "Sing to us, O Fatin," quoth he, whereat she played a lively measure and sang these couplets. "Deign grant thy favours, since 'tis time I were engraced. T'enough of severance hath it been my lot to taste. Thou'rt he whose face cloth every gift and charm unite. Yet is my patience spent for that 'twas sore misplaced. I've wasted life in loving thee, and would high heaven grant me one meeting hour for all this wilful waste." "Well sung, O Fatin!" exclaimed the Caliph. "Whose verse is this?" And she answered, "Adi bin Zayd's, and the air is antique." Then all three drank, whilst the damsels retired and were succeeded by other 10 maidens, as they were sparkling stars, clad in flowered silk, embroidered with red gold, and girt with jewelled zones. They sat down and sang various motives. And the Caliph asked one of them, who was like a wand of willow, "What is thy name, O damsel?" And she answered, "My name is Rasha, O Commander of the Faithful." "Sing to us, O Rasha," quoth he. So she played a lively measure and sang these couplets. "And one like Houri, who can passion heal, like young gazelle that paceth o'er the plain, I drain this wine cup on the toast her cheek, each cup disputing till she bends in twain. Then sleeps the night with me the while I cry, this the only gain my soul would gain." Said the Caliph, "Well done, O damsel, sing us something more." So she rose, and kissing the ground before him, sang the following distich. She came out to gaze on the bridal at ease, in a ship that reeked of ambergris. The Caliph was highly pleased with this couplet, and when the slave girl saw how much it delighted him, she repeated it several times. Then said Al-Mamun, "Bring up the flyer," being minded to embark and depart. But Ali bin Hashim said to him, "O Commander of the Faithful, I have a slave girl, whom I bought for 10,000 dinars. She hath taken my heart in whole and part, and I would fain display her to the Commander of the Faithful. If she please him, and he will accept of her, she is his, and if not, let him hear something from her." Said the Caliph, "Bring her to me." And forth came a damsel, as she were a branchlet of willow, with seducing eyes and eyebrows set like twin bows, and on her head she wore a crown of red gold, crested with pearls and jewelled, under which was a fillet, bearing this couplet, wrought in letters of chrysolite: "A Jinniyah this with her jinn to show, how to pierce man's heart with a stringless bow. The handmaiden walked with the gait of a gazelle in flight, and fit to damn a devotee, till she came to a chair, whereon she seated herself." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 417th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the handmaiden walked with the gait of a gazelle in flight, fit to damn a devotee, till she came to a chair, whereon she seated herself. And Al-Mamun marvelled at her beauty and loveliness. But when Abu Isa saw her, his heart throbbed with pain, his colour changed to pale, and wan, and he was in evil case. Asked the Caliph, "O Abu Isa, what aileth thee to change thus?" And he answered, "O Commander of the Faithful, it is because of a twitch that seizeth me betimes." Quoth the Caliph, Hast thou known yonder damsel before today? Quoth he, Yes, O Commander of the Faithful. Can the moon be concealed? Then said Al-Maamun to her, What is thy name, O damsel? And she replied, My name is Kurrat al-Ain, O Commander of the Faithful. And he rejoined, Sing to us, O Kurrat al-Ain. So she sang these 2 couplets. The loved ones left thee in middle night, and fared with the pilgrims when dawn shone bright. The tents of pride round the domes they pitched, and with broidered curtains were veiled fro' sight. Quoth the Caliph, Favoured of heaven art thou, O Kurrat al-Ain. Whose song is that? Whereto she answered, The words are by Di'ibul al-Khuzai, and the air is by Zorzor al-Saghir. Abu Isa looked at her, and his tears choked him, so that the company marveled at him. Then she turned to Al-Maamun and said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, wilt thou give me leave to change the words? Said he, Sing what thou wilt. So she played a merry measure and caroled these couplets. If thou should please a friend who pleaseth thee, frankly in public practice secrecy, and spurn the slanderer's tale, who seldom seeks, except the severance of true love to see. They say, when lover's near, he tires of love, and absence is for love best remedy. Both cures we tried, and yet we are not cured. Withal we judge that nearness easier be. Yet nearness is of no avail when he thou lovest lends thee love unwillingly. But when she had finished, Abu Isa said, O Commander of the Faithful. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 15.
The Book of 1,000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 16. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Volume 5, Section 16. When it was the 418th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Kurrat al-Ain had finished her verse, Abu Isa said, O Commander of the Faithful, though we endure disgrace, we shall be at ease. Dost thou give me leave to reply to her? Quoth the Caliph, Yes, say what thou wilt to her. So he swallowed his tears and sang these 2 distichs. Silent I woned and never owned my love, but from my heart I hid love's blissful boon. Yet if my eyes should manifest my love, 'tis for my nearness to the shining moon. Then Kurrat al-Ain took the lute and played a lively tune, and rejoined with these couplets. And what thou claimest were the real truth, with only hope content thou hadst not been, nor couldst patient live without the girl, so rare of inner grace and outward mien. But there is nothing in the claim of thee at all save tongue and talk that little mean. When Abu Isa heard this, he fell to weeping and wailing, and evidencing his trouble and anguish. Then he raised his eyes to her, and sighing, repeated these couplets. Under my raiment a waste body lies, and in my spirit all compromising prize. I have a heart whose pain shall I endure, and tears like torrents pour these woeful eyes. Whene'er a wise man spies me, straight he chides. Love, that misleads me thus in ways unwise. O Lord, I lack the power this dole to bear. Come sudden death or joy in bestest guise. When he had ended, Ali bin Hisham sprang up and kissing his feet said, O my Lord, Allah, hearing thy secret, hath answered thy prayer, and consenteth to thy taking her with all she hath of things rare and fair. So the Commander of the Faithful have no mind to her. Quoth Al-Maamun, Had we a mind to her, we would prefer Abu Isa before ourselves, and help him to his desire. So saying, he rose and, embarking, went away, whilst Abu Isa tarried for Kurrat al-Ain, whom he took and carried to his own house, his breast swelling with joy. See then the generosity of Ali son of Hisham. And they tell a tale of Al-Amin, son of Al-Rashid, and his uncle Ibrahim bin al-Mahdi. Al-Amin, brother of Al-Mamun, once entered the house of his uncle Ibrahim bin al-Mahdi, where he saw a slave girl playing upon the lute, and she, being one of the fairest of women, his heart inclined to her. Ibrahim, seeing how it was with him, sent the girl to him with rich raiment and precious ornaments. When he saw her, he thought that his uncle had lain with her, so he was loath to have to do with her. Because of that, and accepting what came with her, sent her back to Ibrahim. His uncle learnt the cause of this from one of Al-Amin's eunuchs. So he took a shift of watered silk and worked upon its skirt in letters of gold these 2 couplets. No, I declare by him to whom all bow, of nothing neath her petticoat I trow, nor meddle with her mouth, nor aught did I, but see and hear her, and it was enow. Then he clad her in the shift, and, giving her a lute, sent her back again to his nephew. When she came into Al-Amin's presence, she kissed ground before him, and tuning the lute, sang thereto these 2 couplets. Thy breast thou baredest, sending back the gift, showing unlove for me withouten shift. And thou bear spite of past, the past forgive, and for the caliphate cast the past adrift. When she had made an end of her verse, Al-Amin looked at her, and, seeing what was upon her skirt, could no longer control himself. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 419th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Al-Amin looked at the damsel, and saw what was upon her skirt, he could no longer control himself, but drew near unto her, and kissed her, and appointed her a separate lodging in his palace. Moreover, he thanked his uncle for this, and bestowed on him the government of Ray. And a tale is told of Al-Fath bin Kakin and the Caliph Al-Mutawakil. Al-Mutawakil was once taking medicine, and folks sent him by way of solace all sorts of presents and rarities and things costly and precious. Amongst others, Al-Fath bin Kakin sent him a virgin slave, high-breasted, of the fairest among women of her time, and with her a vase of crystal containing ruddy wine and a goblet of red gold, whereon were graven in black these couplets. Since our Imam came forth from medicine, which made him health and hardiness rewin, there is no healing draught more sovereign than well-boiled wine this golden goblet in. Then let him break the seal for him secured, 'tis best prescription after medicine. Now when the damsel entered, the physician Johanna was with the Caliph, and as he read the couplets, he smiled and said, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, Fath is better versed than I in the art of healing, so let not the Prince of True Believers gainsay his prescription. According, the Caliph followed the recipe contained in the poetry, and was made whole by the blessing of Allah, and won his every wish. And among tales they tell is one of the man's dispute with the learned woman concerning the relative excellence of male and female. Quoth a certain man of learning, I never saw amongst womankind one wittier and wiser, better read, and by nature more generously bred, and in manners and morals more perfected than a preacher of the people of Baghdad, by name Sit al-Masha'ik. It chanced that she came to Hamas city in the year of the flight 561, and there delivered salutary exhortations to the folk from the professorial chair. Now there used to visit her house a number of students of divinity, and persons of learning and polite letters, who would discuss with her questions of theology, and dispute with her on controversial points. I went to her one day with a friend of mine, a man of years in education, and when we had taken our seats, she set before us a dish of fruit, and seated herself behind a curtain. Now she had a brother, a handsome youth, who stood behind us to serve us. And when we had eaten, we fell to disputing upon points of divinity, and I propounded to her a theological question bearing upon a difference between the Imams, the founders of the 4 schools. She proceeded to speak in answer whilst I listened, but all the while my friend fell to looking upon her brother's face, and admiring his beauties without paying any heed to what she discoursed. Now, as she was watching him from behind the curtain, when she had made an end of her speech, she turned to him and said, Methinks thou be of those who give men the preference over women. He replied, Assuredly. And she asked, And why so? Whereto he answered, For that Allah hath made the masculine worthier than the feminine. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 420th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Shaykh replied, For that Allah hath made the masculine worthier than the feminine, and I like the excelling and mislike the excelled. She laughed and presently said, Wilt thou deal fairly with me in debate if I battle the matter with thee? And he rejoined, Yes. Then quoth she, What is the evidence of the superiority of the male to the female? Quoth he, It is of two kinds, traditional and reasonable. The authoritative part deriveth from the Quran and the traditions of the Apostle. As for the first, we have the very words of Almighty Allah, Men shall have the preeminence above women because of those advantages wherein Allah hath caused the one of them to excel the other. And again, If there be not two men, let there be one man and two women. And again, when treating of inheritance, if there be brothers and sisters, let a male have as much as the portion of two females. Thus Allah, extolled and exalted be He, hath in these places preferred the male over the female, and teacheth that a woman is as the half of a man, for that he is worthier than she. As for the Sunnah traditions, is it not reported of the Prophet, whom Allah save and assain, that he appointed the blood money for a woman to be half that of a man? And as for the evidence of reason, the male is the agent and active, and the female the patient and passive. Rejoined she, Thou hast said well, O my Lord, but, by Allah, thou hast proved my contention with thine own lips, and hast advanced evidence which telleth against thee, and not for thee. And thus it is, Allah, extolled and exalted be He, preferred the male above the female solely because of the inherent condition and essential quality of masculinity. And in this there is no dispute between us. Now this quality of malehood is common to the child, the boy, the youth, the adult, and the old man. Nor is there any distinction between them in this. If then the superior excellence of male masculine belong to him solely by virtue of manhood, it behooveth that thy heart incline and thy soul delight in the grey beard, equally with the boy, seeing that there is no distinction between them in point of malehood. But the difference between thee and me turneth upon the accident of qualities that are sought as constituting the pleasure of intercourse in its enjoyment. And thou hast adduced no proof of the superiority of the youth over the young girl in this matter of non-essentials. He made answer, O reverend lady, knowest thou not that which is peculiar to the youth of limber shape and rosy cheeks and pleasant smile and sweetness of speech? Youths are, in these respects, superior to women, and the proof of this is what they traditionally report of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, that he said, Stay not thy gaze upon the beardless, for in them is a momentary eye glance at the black-eyed girls of paradise. Nor indeed is the superiority of the lad over the lass hidden to any of mankind, and how well saith Abu Nowas, The least of him is the being free from monthly courses and pregnancy. And the saying of another poet, Quoth our Imam Abu Nowas, who was, for mad debauch and waggishness renowned, O tribe that loves the cheeks of boys take fill, of joys in paradise shall ne'er be found. So if anyone enlarge in praise of a slave girl and wish to enhance her value by the mention of her beauties, he likened her to a youth. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 16.
Section 17, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 17. When it was the 421st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Shaykh continued, so if any one enlarge in praise of a slave girl and wish to enhance her value by the mention of her beauties, he likeneth her to a youth, because of the illustrious qualities that belong to the male, even as saith the poet, boy like of backside in the deed of kind, she sways as sways the wand like bows a wine. And youths then were not better and fairer than girls, why should these be likened to them? And know also, Almighty Allah preserve thee, that a youth is easy to be led, adapting himself to every rede, pleasant of converse and manners, inclining to assent rather than dissent, especially when his side face is newly downed, and his upper lip is first embrowned, and the purple lights of youth on his cheeks abound, so that he is like the full moon sound. And how goodly is the saying of Abu Tamam, the slanderers said, there's hair upon his cheeks. Quoth I, exceed not, that's no blemish there, when he could bear that hailing of his hips, and pearl beads shaded by mustachio hair. And Rose swore solemn holiest oath that is, from that fair cheek she never more would fare. I spoke with eyelids without need of speech, and they who answered me his eyebrows were. He's even fairer than thou knewest him, and cheek down guards from all would overdare. Brighter and sweeter now are grown his charms, since down robe's lip and cheek before were bare. And those who blame me for my love of him, when him they mention say of him, thy fair. And quoth Al-Hariri, and quoth excellently well, my censors say, what means this pine for him? Seest not the flowing hair on cheeks a-flowing? I say, by Allah, an ye deem I dote, look at the truth in those fine eyes a-showing. But for the down that veils his cheek and chin, his brow had dazed all eyes, no sight allowing. And whoso sojourns in a growthless land, how shall he move from land fair growths a-growing? And quoth another, my blamers say of me, he is consoled, and lie. No consolation comes to those who pine and sigh. I had no solace when rose bloomed alone on cheek, now basil blooms thereon, and now consoled am I. And again, slim-waisted one, whose looks with down of cheek, in slaughtering mankind each other hurtle, with the Narcissus blade he sheddeth blood, the baldric of whose sheath is freshest myrtle. And again, not with his must I'm drunk, but verily, those curls turn manly heads like newest wine. Each of his beauties envies each and all, would be the silky down on side face lying. Such are the excellencies of the youth which women do not own, and they more than suffice to give those the preference over these. She replied, Allah give thee health. Verily thou hast imposed the debate upon thyself, and thou hast spoken and hast not stinted, and hast brought proofs to support every assertion. But now is the truth become manifest. So swerve thou not from the path thereof, and if thou be not content with a summary of evidence, I will set it before thee in fullest detail. Allah upon thee, where is the youth beside the girl, and who shall compare kid and wild cow? The girl is soft of speech, fair of form, like a branchlet of basil, with teeth like chamomile petals, and hair like halters wherefrom to hang hearts. Her cheeks are like blood-red anemones, and her face like a pippin. She hath lips like wine, and breasts like pomegranates twain, and a shape supple as a rattan cane. Her body is well formed, and with sloping shoulders dight. She hath a nose like the edge of a sword shining bright, and a forehead brilliant white, and eyebrows which unite, and eyes stained by nature's hand black as night. If she speak, fresh young pearls are scattered from her mouth forthright, and all hearts are ravished by the daintiness of her sprite. When she smileth, thou wouldst ween the moon shone out her lips between, and when she eyes thee, sword blades flash from the babes of her eyes. In her all beauties to conclusion come, and she is the center of attraction to traveler and stay-at-home. She hath 2 lips of cremoisy than cream smoother, and of taste than honey sweeter. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 422nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the preacher woman thus pursued her theme in the praise of fair maids. She hath 2 lips of cremoisy than cream smoother, and than honey sweeter, adding, and she hath a bosom, as it were away 2 hills between which are a pair of breasts like globes of ivory sheen, likewise a stomach right smooth, flanks soft as the palm spathe, and creased with folds and dimples which overlap one another, and liberal thighs which like columns of pearl arise, and back parts which billow and beat together like seas of glass or mountains of glance, and 2 feet and hands of gracious mould like unto ingots of virgin gold. So, O miserable, where are mortal men beside the Jinn? Knowest thou not that puissant princes and potent kings before women ever humbly bend, and on them for delight depend? Verily, they may say, We rule over necks and rob hearts. These women, how many a rich man have they not paupered? How many a powerful man have they not prostrated? And how many a superior man have they not enslaved? Indeed, they seduce the sage and send the saint to shame, and bring the wealthy to want, and plunge the fortune-favored into penury. Yet for all this, the wise but redouble in affection of them and honor, nor do they count this oppression or dishonor. How many a man for them hath offended his Maker, and called down on himself the wrath of his father and mother, and all this because of the conquest of their love over hearts. Knowest thou not, O wretched one, that for them are built pavilions, and slave girls are for sale, that for them tear floods rail, and for them are collected jewels of price, and ambergris, and musk odoriferous? And armies are arrayed, and pleasaunces made, and wealth heaped up and smitten off as many a head? And indeed he spoke sooth in the words, Whoso saith the world meaneth woman. Now as for thy citation from the holy traditions, it is an argument against thee, and not for thee, in that the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, compareth the beardless with the black-eyed girls of paradise. Now, doubtless, the subject of comparison is worthier than the object therewith compared. So unless women be the worthier and the goodlier, wherefore should other than they be likened to them? As for thy saying that girls are likened to boys, the case is not so, but the contrary, boys are likened to girls. For folk say, Yonder boy is like a girl. As for what proof thou quotest from the poets, the verses were the product of a complexion unnatural in this respect. And as for the habitual sodomites and catamites, offenders against religion, Almighty Allah hath condemned them in his holy book. Herein he denounceth their filthy practices, saying, Do ye approach unto the males among mankind, and leave your wives, which your Lord hath created for you? Surely ye are a people who transgress. These it is that liken girls to boys, of their exceeding profligacy, and ungraciousness, and inclination to follow the fiend and own lusts. So that they say, She is apt for 2 tricks. And these are all wanderers from the way of right and the righteous. Quoth their chief Abu Nawas, Slim waist and boyish wits delight, wencher as well as sodomite. As for what thou sayest of a youth's first hair on cheek and lips, and how they add to his beauty and loveliness, By Allah, thou strayest from the straight path of sooth, and sayest that which is other than the truth. For whiskers change the charms of the comely into ugliness. Quoting these couplets: That sprouting hair upon his face took wreak, for lovers' vengeance all did vainly seek. I see not on his face a sign fuliginous, except his curls are hue of reek. If so his paper mostly be begrimed, where deemest thou the reed shall draw a streak? If any raise him other fares above, this only proves the judge of wits is weak. And when she ended her verse, she resumed, Laud be to Allah Almighty. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 423rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the preacher woman ended her verse, she resumed, addressing the man, Laud to Allah Almighty! How can it be hid from thee that the perfect pleasure is in women, and that abiding blessings are not to be found but with them, seeing that Allah, extolled and exalted be He, hath promised His prophets and saints black-eyed damsels in paradise, and hath appointed these for a recompense of their godly works. And had the Almighty known that the joy supreme was in the possession of other than women, He had rewarded them therewith and promised it to them. And quoth he, whom Allah bless and preserve, The things I hold dearest of the things of your world are three: women and perfume, and the solace of my eyes in prayer. Verily, Allah hath appointed boys to serve His prophets, and saints in paradise, because paradise is the abode of joy and delight, which could not be complete without the service of youths. But as to the use of them for aught but service, it is hell's putridity, and corruption and turpitude. How well saith the poet, Men's turning unto bums of boys is bumptious. Whoso loved noble women showed their own noblesse. How many goodly wights have slept the night enjoying buttocks of boys, and woke at morn in foulest mess. Their garments stained by safflower, which is yellow murd, their shame proclaiming, showing colour of distress. Who can deny the charge, when so bewrayed are they, that e'en by daylight shows the dung upon their dress? What contrast with the man, who slept a gladsome night, by houri made for glance a mere enchantress? He rises off her borrowing wholesome bonny scent, that fills the house with whiffs of perfumed goodliness. No boy deserved place by side of her to hold, canst even a lowe's wood with what fills pool obsess. Then said she, O folk, ye have made me to break the bounds of modesty and the circle of free-born women, and indulge in idle talk of chambering and wantonness, which beseemeth not people of learning. But the breasts of free-borns are the sepulchres of secrets, and such conversations are in confidence. Moreover, actions are according to intentions, and I crave pardon of Allah for myself, and you, and all Moslems, seeing that He is the pardoner and the compassionate. Then she held her peace, and thereafter would answer us of naught. So we went our way, rejoicing in that we had profited by her contention, and yet sorrowing to part from her. And among the tales they tell is one of Abu Suwaid and the pretty old woman. Quoth Abu Suwaid, I and a company of my friends entered a garden one day to buy somewhat of fruit, and we saw in a corner an old woman who was bright of face, but her head hair was white, and she was combing it with an ivory comb. We stopped before her, yet she paid no heed to us, neither veiled her face. So I said to her, O old woman, wert thou to dye thy hair black, thou wouldst be handsomer than a girl. What hindereth thee from this? She raised her head towards me, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 424th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Abu Suwaid continued. When I spake these words to the ancient dame, she raised her head towards me, and opening wide her eyes, recited these two couplets. I died what years have died, but this my staining lasts not, while that of days is aye remaining. Days when beclad in gear of youth I fared, raked fore and aft by men with joy unfeigning. I cried, By Allah, favoured art thou for an old woman! How sincere art thou in thine afterpine for forbidden pleasures, and how false is thy pretence of repentance from frowardness. And another tale is that of the Emir Ali bin Tahir and the girl Munis. Once on a time was displayed for sale to Ali bin Muhammad bin Abdullah bin Tahir a slave girl called Munis, who was superior to her fellows in beauty and breeding, and to boot an accomplished poetess. And he asked her of her name. Replied she, Allah advance thee, Emir, my name is Munis. Now he knew this before, so he bowed his head awhile, then raising his eyes to her, recited this verse. What sayest of one by a sickness caught, for the love of thy love, till he waxed distraught? Answered she, Allah exalt the Emir, and recited this verse in reply. If we saw a lover who pains as he ought, with love we would grant him all favours he sought. She pleased him, so he bought her for 70,000 dirhams, and begat on her Obayd Allah bin Muhammad, afterwards Minister of Police. And we are told by Abu al-Aina a tale of the woman who had a boy, and the other who had a man to lover. Quoth Abu al-Aina, there were in our street 2 women, one of whom had for lover a man, and the other a beardless youth. And they foregathered one night on the terrace roof of a house adjoining mine, knowing not that I was near. Quoth the boy's lover to the other, O my sister, how canst thou bear with patience the harshness of thy lover's beard as it falleth on thy breast, when he busseth thee, and his mustachios rub thy cheek and lips? Replied the other, Silly that thou art, what decketh the tree save its leaves, and the cucumber but its warts? Didst ever see in the world aught uglier than a scald head bald of his beard? Knowest thou not that the beard is to men as the sidelocks to women, and what is the difference between chin and cheek? Knowest thou not that Allah, extolled and exalted be He, hath created an angel in heaven who saith, Glory be to him who ornamenteth men with beards and women with long hair? So were not the beard even as the tresses in comeliness, it had not been coupled with them, O silly. How shall I spread eagle myself under a boy who will emit long before I can go off, and forestall me in limpness of penis and clitoris? And leave a man who, when he taketh breath, clippeth close, and when he entereth, goeth leisurely, and when he hath done, repeateth, and when he pusheth, poketh hard, and as often as he withdraweth, returneth. The boy's leman was edified by her speech, and said, I forswear my lover by the Lord of the Kaaba. And amongst tales is one of Ali the Cairene and the haunted house in Baghdad. There lived once in the city of Cairo a merchant who had great store of monies and bullion, gems and jewels, and lands and houses beyond count, and his name was Hassan the jeweler, the Baghdad man. Furthermore, Allah had blessed him with a son of perfect beauty and brilliancy, rosy-cheeked, fair of face, and well-figured, whom he named Ali of Cairo, and had taught the Koran and science and elocution and the other branches of polite education, till he became proficient in all manner of knowledge. He was under his father's hand in trade, but after a while Hassan fell sick, and his sickness grew upon him till he made sure of death. So he called his son to him. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 17. Section 18, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 18. When it was the 425th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the jeweler, the Baghdadi, fell sick and made sure of death, he called to him his son, named Ali of Cairo, and said, O my son, verily this world passeth away, but the next world endureth for aye. Every soul shall taste of death, and now, O my son, my decease is at hand, and I desire to charge thee with a charge, which if thou observe, thou shalt abide in safety and prosperity till thou meet Almighty Allah. But if thou follow it not, there shall befall thee much weariness, and thou wilt repent of having transgressed mine injunctions. Replied Ali, O my father, how shall I do other than hearken to thy words and act according to thy charge, seeing that I am bounden by the law of the faith to obey thee and give ear to thy command? Rejoined his father, O my son, I leave thee lands and houses and goods and wealth past count, so that wert thou each day to spend thereof 500 dinars, thou wouldst miss naught of it. But, O my son, look that thou live in the fear of Allah, and follow his chosen one, Mustafa, whom may he bless and preserve, in whatso he is reported to have bidden and forbidden in his traditional law. Be thou constant in alms deeds and the practice of beneficence, and in consorting with men of worth and piety and learning. And look that thou have a care for the poor and needy, and shun avarice and meanness and the conversation of the wicked or those of suspicious character. Look thou kindly upon thy servants and family, and also upon thy wife, for she is of the daughters of the great, and is big with child by thee. Haply Allah will vouchsafe thee virtuous issue by her. And he ceased not to exhort him thus, weeping and saying, O my son, I beseech Allah the Bountiful, the Lord of the glorious Empyrean, to deliver thee from all straits that may encompass thee, and grant thee his ready relief. Thereupon his son wept with sore weeping, and said, O my father, I am melted by thy words, for these are as the words of one that saith farewell. Replied the merchant, Yes, O my son, I am aware of my condition. Forget thou not my charge. Then he fell to repeating the 2 professions of the faith, and to reciting verses of the Quran, until the appointed hour arrived, when he said, Draw near unto me, O my son. So Ali drew near, and he kissed him. Then he sighed, and his soul departed his body, and he went to the mercy of Almighty Allah. Therewith great grief fell upon Ali. The clamor of keening arose in his house, and his father's friends flocked to him. Then he betook himself to preparing the body for burial, and made him a splendid funeral. They bore his bier to the place of prayer, and prayed over him. Then to the cemetery, where they buried him, and recited over him what suited of the sublime Quran. After which they returned to the house, and condoled with the dead man's son, and wended each his own way. Moreover, Ali prayed the Friday prayer for his father, and had perlections of the Quran every day for the normal 40, during which time he abode in the house, and went not forth, save to the place of prayer, and every Friday he visited his father's tomb. So he ceased not from his praying and reciting for some time, until his fellows of the sons of the merchants came into him one day, and saluting him said, How long is thy mourning, and neglecting thy business and the company of thy friends? Verily this is a fashion which will bring thee weariness, and thy body will suffer for it exceedingly. Now when they came into him, Iblis the accursed was with them, prompting them, and they went on to recommend him to accompany them to the bazaar, whilst Iblis tempted him to consent to them, till he yielded. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 426th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sons of the merchants went in to Ali the Cairene, son of Hasan the jeweler, they recommended him to accompany them to the bazaar till he yielded, that the will of Allah, extolled and exalted be He, might be fulfilled. And he left the house of mourning with them. Presently they said, Mount thy she-mule, and ride with us to such a garden, that we may solace us there, and that thy grief and despondency may depart from thee. So he mounted, and taking his slave, went with them to the garden in question. And when they entered, one of them went, and making ready the morning meal, brought it to them there. So they ate, and were merry, and sat in talk till the end of the day, when they mounted and returned each to his own lodging, where they passed the night. As soon as the morrow dawned, they again visited Ali and said, "Come with us." Asked he, "Whither?" And they answered, "To such a garden, for it is finer than the first and more pleasurable." So he went with them to the garden, and one of them going away made ready the morning meal and brought it to them, together with strong heady wine. And after eating they brought out the wine, when quoth Ali, "What is this?" And quoth they, "This is what dispelleth sadness and brighteneth gladness." And they ceased not to commend it to him, till they prevailed upon him, and he drank with them. Then they sat, drinking and talking, till the end of the day, when each returned home. But as for Ali the Cairene, he was giddy with wine, and in this plight went in to his wife, who said to him, "What aileth thee that thou art so changed?" He said, "We were making merry to-day, when one of my companions brought us liquor. So my friends drank, and I with them, and this giddiness came upon me." And she replied, "O my lord, say me, hast thou forgotten thy father's injunction, and done that from which he forbade thee in consorting with doubtful folk?" Answered he, "These be of the sons of the merchants, they are no suspicious folk, only lovers of mirth and good cheer." And he continued to lead this life with his friends, day after day, going from place to place, and feasting with them and drinking, till they said to him, "Our turns are ended, and now it is thy turn." "Well, come, and welcome, and fair cheer," cried he. So on the morrow he made ready all that the case called for of meat and drink, twofold what they had provided, and taking cooks and tent pitchers and coffee makers, repaired with the others to Al Ruzah and the Nilometer, where they abode a whole month, eating and drinking and hearing music and making merry. At the end of the month Ali found that he had spent a great sum of money. But Iblis the accursed deluded him, and said to him, "Though thou shouldst spend every day a like sum, yet wouldst thou not miss aught of it." So he took no account of money expenses, and continued this way of life for 3 years, whilst his wife remonstrated with him, and reminded him of his father's charge. But he hearkened not to her words, till he had spent all the ready monies he had, when he fell to selling his jewels and spending their price, until they also were all gone. Then he sold his houses, fields, farms, and gardens, one after other, till they likewise were all gone, and he had nothing left but the tenement wherein he lived. So he tore out the marble and woodwork, and sold it, and spent of its price, till he had made an end of all this also. When he took thought with himself, and, finding that he had nothing left to expend, sold the house itself, and spent the purchase money. After that the man who had bought the house came to him, and said, "Seek out for thyself a lodging, as I have need of my house." So he bethought himself, and finding that he had no want of a house except for his wife, who had borne him a son and a daughter, he had not a servant left, he hired a large room in one of the mean courts, and there took up his abode, after having lived in honor and luxury with many eunuchs and much wealth. And he soon came to want one day's bread. Quoth his wife, "Of this I warned thee, and exhorted thee to obey thy father's charge, and thou wouldst not hearken to me. But there is no majesty, and there is no might, save in Allah the glorious, the great. Whence shall the little ones eat? Arise then, and go round to thy friends, the sons of the merchants. Belike they will give thee somewhat on which we may live this day." So he arose, and went to his friends one by one, but they all hid their faces from him, and gave him injurious words revolting to hear, but naught else. And he returned to his wife, and said to her, "They have given me nothing." Thereupon she went forth to beg of her neighbours the wherewithal to keep themselves alive. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 427th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wife of Ali the Cairene, seeing her husband return empty-handed, went forth to beg of her neighbours the wherewithal to keep themselves alive, and repaired to a woman, whom she had known in former days. When she came into her, and saw her case, she rose, and receiving her kindly, wept, and said, "What hath befallen you?" So she told her all that her husband had done, and the other replied, "Well, come, and welcome, and fair cheer. Whatever thou needest, seek it of me without price." Quoth she, Allah requite thee abundantly." Then her friend gave her as much provision as would suffice herself and her family a whole month, and she took it and returned to her lodging. When her husband saw her, he wept and asked, "Whence hadst thou that?" And she answered, "I got it of such a woman, for when I told her what had befallen us, she failed me not in aught, but said, 'Seek of me all thou needest.'" Whereupon her husband rejoined, "Since thou hast this much, I will betake myself to a place I have in mind. Peradventure Allah Almighty will bring us relief." With these words he took leave of her and kissed his children and went out, not knowing whither he should go, and continued walking on till he came to Bulak, where he saw a ship about to sail for Damietta. Here he met a man, between whom and his father there had been friendship, and he saluted him and said to him, "Whither now?" Replied Ali, "To Damietta. I have friends there whom I would inquire after and visit them and then return." The man took him home and treated him honourably. Then, furnishing him with vivers for the voyage and giving him some gold pieces, embarked him on board the vessel bound for Damietta. When they reached it, Ali landed, not knowing whither to go. But as he was walking along, a merchant saw him and had pity on him, and carried him to his house. Here he abode a while, after which he said in himself, "How long this sojourning in other folks' homes?" Then he left the merchant's place and walked to the wharf, where, after inquiry, he found a ship ready to sail for Syria. His hospitable host provided him with provisions, and embarked him in the ship, and it set sail, and Ali reached in due season the Syrian shores, where he disembarked and journeyed till he entered Damascus. As he walked about the great thoroughfare, behold, a kindly man saw him and took him to his house, where he tarried for a time, till, one day going abroad, he saw a caravan about to start for Baghdad, and bethought himself to journey thither with it. Thereupon he returned to his host, and taking leave of him, set out with the Kafila. Now Allah, extolled and exalted be He, inclined to him the heart of one of the merchants, so that he took him with him, and Ali ate and drank with him, till they came within one day's journey of Baghdad. Here, however, a company of highwaymen fell upon the caravan, and took all they had, and but few of the merchants escaped. These made each for a separate place of refuge. But as for Ali the Cairene, he fared for Baghdad, where he arrived at sundown, as the gatekeepers were about to shut the gates, and said to them, "Let me in with you." They admitted him, and asked him, "Whence come, and whither wending?" And he answered, "I am a man from Cairo city, and have with me mules laden with merchandise, and slaves and servants. I forewent them to look me out a place wherein to deposit my goods. But as I rode along in my she-mule, there fell upon me a company of banditti, who took my mule and gear, nor did I escape from them but at my last gasp. The gate guard entreated him honourably, and bade him be of good cheer, saying, 'Abide with us this night, and in the morning we will look thee out a place befitting thee.' Then he sought in his breast pocket, and finding a denier of those given to him by the merchant at Bulak, handed it to one of the gatekeepers, saying, 'Take this, and change it, and bring us something to eat.' The man took it and went to the market, where he changed it, and brought Ali bread and cooked meat. So he ate, he and the gate guards, and he lay the night with them. Now on the morrow, one of the warders carried him to a certain of the merchants of Baghdad, to whom he told the same story, and he believed him, deeming that he was a merchant, and had with him loads of merchandise. Then he took him up into his shop, and entreated him with honour. Moreover, he sent to his house for a splendid suit of his own apparel for him, and carried him to the hammam. So, quoth Ali of Cairo, I went with him to the bath, and when he came out, he took me and brought me to his house, where he set the morning meal before us, and we ate and made merry. Then said he to one of his black slaves, Ho, Masud, take this thy lord, show him the 2 houses standing in such a place, and whichever pleaseth him, give him the key of it, and come back. So I went with the slave till we came to a street road, where stood 3 houses side by side, newly built and yet shut up. He opened the first, and I looked at it, and we did the same to the second, after which he said to me, Of which shall I give thee the key? To whom doth the big house belong? To us. Open it, that I may view it. Thou hast no business there. Wherefore? Because it is haunted, and none nighteth there, but in the morning he is a dead man. Nor do we use to open the door when removing the corpse, but mount the terrace roof of one of the other 2 houses, and take it up thence. For this reason my master hath abandoned the house, and saith, I will never again give it to any one. Open it, I cried, that I may view it. And I said in my mind, This is what I seek. I will pass the night there, and in the morning be a dead man, and be at peace from this my case. So he opened it, and I entered, and found it a splendid house, without its like. And I said to the slave, I will have none other than this house. Give me its key. But he rejoined, I will not give thee this key till I consult my master. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 428th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the negro, continued Ali of Cairo, rejoined, I will not give thee its key till I consult my master. And going to him, reported, The Egyptian trader saith, I will lodge in none but the big house. Now when the merchant heard this, he rose, and coming to Ali, spake thus to him, O my lord, thou hast no need of this house. But he answered, I will lodge in none other than this, for I care not for this silly saying. Quoth the other, Write me an acknowledgment, that if aught happen to thee, I am not responsible. Quoth Ali, So be it. Whereupon the merchant fetched an assessor from the Qazi's court, and taking the prescribed acknowledgment, delivered to him the key wherewith he entered the house. The merchant sent him bedding by a blackamoor, who spread it for him on the built bench behind the door, and walked away. Presently Ali went about, and seeing in the inner court a well with a bucket, let this down and drew water, wherewith he made the lesser ablution, and prayed the obligatory prayers. Then he sat a while, till the slave brought him the evening meal from his master's house, together with a lamp, a candle and candlestick, a basin and ewer, and a gugglet. After which he left him and returned home. Ali lighted the candle, supped at his ease, and prayed the night prayer. And presently he said to himself, Come, take the bedding and go upstairs and sleep there. 'Twill be better than here. So he took the bed and carried it upstairs, where he found a splendid saloon with gilded ceiling and floor, and walls cased with colored marbles. He spread his bed there, and sitting down, began to recite somewhat of the sublime Koran, when, ere he was ware, he heard one calling to him, and asking, O Ali, O son of Hasan, say me, shall I send thee down the gold? And he answered, Where be the gold thou hast to send? But hardly had he spoken, when gold pieces began to rain down on him like stones from a catapult, nor ceased till the saloon was full. Then, after the golden shower, said the voice, Set me free, that I may go my way, for I have made an end of my service, and have delivered unto thee that which was entrusted to me for thee. Quoth Ali, I adjure thee by Allah the Almighty to tell me the cause of this gold rain. Replied the voice, This is a treasure that was talisman to thee of old time, and to every one who entered the house we used to come and say, O Ali, O son of Hasan, shall we send thee down the gold? Whereat he would be affrighted and cry out, and we would come down to him and break his neck and go away. But when thou camest, and we accosted thee by thy name and that of thy father, saying, Shall we send thee down the gold? And thou madest answer to us, And where be the gold? We knew thee for the owner of it, and sent it down. Moreover, there is yet another hoard for thee in the land of Al-Yaman, and thou wouldst do well to journey thither and fetch it. And now I would fain have thee set me free, that I may go my way. Said Ali, By Allah, I will not set thee free, till thou bring me hither the treasure from the land of Al-Yaman. Said the voice, An I bring it to thee, wilt thou release me and eke the servant of the other hoard? Yes, replied Ali. And the voice cried, Swear to me. So he swore to him, and he was about to go away, when Ali said to him, I have one other need to ask of thee. And he, What is that? Quoth Ali, I have a wife and children at Cairo in such a place. Thou needs must fetch them to me, at their ease, and without their unease. Quoth he, I will bring them to thee in a mule litter, and much state, with a train of eunuchs and servants, together with the treasure from Al Yaman, Inshallah. Then he took of him leave of absence for 3 days, when all this should be with him, and vanished. As soon as it was morning, Ali went round about the saloon, seeking a place wherein to store the gold, and saw on the edge of the dais a marble slab with a turning pin. So he turned the pin, and the slab sank and showed a door, which he opened, and entering, found a great closet full of bags of coarse stuff carefully sewn. So he began taking out the bags, and fell to filling them with gold and storing them in the closet till he had transported thither all the hoarded gold. Whereupon he shut the door, and turning the pin, the slab returned to its place. Then he went down and seated himself on the bench behind the door. And presently there came a knock. So he opened, and found the merchant's slave, who, seeing him comfortably sitting, returned in haste to his master. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. End of section 18. Section 19, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 19. When it was the 429th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the house owner's black slave returned and knocked at the door, Ali the Cairene, son of the merchant Hassan, opened it to him, and the negro, seeing him comfortably sitting, returned in haste to his master with the good tidings, saying, O my lord, the merchant who is lodged in the house inhabited by the jinn is alive and well, and sitteth on the bench behind the door. Then the merchant rose joyfully, and went to the house, taking breakfast with him. And when he saw Ali, he embraced him, and kissed him between the eyes, asking, How hath Allah dealt with thee? And Ali answered, Right well, I slept upstairs in the marble saloon. Quoth the merchant, Did aught come to thee, or didst thou see anything? And quoth Ali, No, I recited some little of the sublime Koran, and slept till morning, when I arose, and after making the minor ablution and praying, seated myself on the bench behind the door. Praised be Allah for safety, exclaimed the merchant, then left him, and presently sent him black slaves and white Mamelukes and handmaidens with household gear. They swept the house from top to bottom, and furnished it with magnificent furniture, after which 3 white slaves and 3 black slaves and 4 slave girls remained with him to serve him, while the rest returned to their master's house. Now when the merchants heard of him, they sent him presents of all manner things of price, even to food and drink and clothes, and took him with them to the market, asking, When will thy baggage arrive? And he answered, After 3 days it will surely come. When the term had elapsed, the servant of the first hoard, the golden rain, came to him and said, Go forth and meet the treasure I have brought thee from Al Yaman, together with thy harem. For I bring part of the wealth in the semblance of costly merchandise. But the eunuchs and Mamelukes and the mules and horses and camels are all of the Jann. Now the Jinni, when he betook himself to Cairo, found Ali's wife and children in sore misery, naked and hungry. So he carried them out of the city in a traveling litter, and clad them in sumptuous raiment of the stuffs which were in the treasure of Al Yaman. So when Ali heard this, he arose, and repairing to the merchants, said to them, Rise and go forth with us from the city to meet the caravan bringing my merchandise, and honor us with the presence of your harems to meet my harem. Hearkening and obedience, answered they, and sending for their harems, went forth all together, and took seat in one of the city gardens. And as they sat talking, behold, a dust cloud arose out of the heart of the desert, and they flocked forth to see what it was. Presently it lifted, and discovered mules and muleteers, tent pitchers and linkmen, who came on singing and dancing till they reached the garden, when the chief of the muleteers walked up to Ali, and kissing his hand, said to him, "O my master, we have been long on the way, for we purposed entering yesterday, but we were in fear of the bandits, so abode in our station 4 days, till Almighty Allah rid us of them." Thereupon the merchants mounted their mules and rode forward with the caravan, the harems waiting behind, till Ali's wife and children mounted with them, and they all entered in splendid train. The merchants marveled at the number of mules laden with chests, whilst the women of the merchants wondered at the richness of the apparel of his wife and the fine raiment of her children, and kept saying each to other, "Verily, the king of Baghdad hath no such gear. No, nor any other of the kings or lords or merchants." So they ceased not to fare forwards in high great state, the men with Ali of Cairo, and the harems with his harem, till they came to the mansion. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 430th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that they ceased not to fare forwards in high state, the men with Ali's men and the women with his wife, till they came to the mansion, where they alighted and brought the mules and their burdens into the midst of the courtyard. Then they unloaded them and warehoused the goods, whilst the merchants' wives went up with Ali's family to the saloon, which they found as it were a luxuriant garden, spread with magnificent furniture. They sat in mirth and good cheer till noon, when they brought them up the midday meal, all manner meats and sweetmeats of the very best, and they ate and drank costly sherbets, and perfumed themselves thereafter with rose water and scented woods. Then they took leave and went home, men and women, and when the merchants returned to their places, they sent presents to the husband according to their conditions, and their wives likewise sent presents to the wife, so that there came to them great store of handmaids and negroes and mamelukes, and all kinds of goods such as grain, sugar, and so forth in abundance beyond account. As for the Baghdad merchant, the landlord of the house, he abode with Ali and quitted him not, but said to him, "Let the black slaves and servants take the mules and the common cattle into one of my other houses to rest." Quoth Ali, "They set out again tonight for such a place." Then he gave them leave to go forth and camp outside the city, that they might start on their journey at night come. Whereupon, hardly believing that they were dismissed, they took leave of him, and departing to the outliers of the city, flew off through the air to their several abodes. So Ali and his house owner sat together till 1/3 of the night was past, when their colloquy ended, and the merchant returned to his own house, and Ali went up to his wife and children, and after saluting them, said, "What hath befallen you in my absence all this time?" So she told him what they had suffered of hunger and nakedness and travail, and he said, "Praised be Allah for safety. How did ye come?" Answered she, "O my lord, I was asleep with my children yesternight, when suddenly and unexpectedly one raised us from the ground and flew with us through the firmament without doing us any hurt, nor did he leave flying with us till he set us down in a place as it were an Arab camping ground, where we saw laden mules and a travelling litter borne upon 2 great mules, and around it servants, all boys and men. So I asked them, 'Who are ye, and what are these loads, and where are we?' And they answered, 'We are the servants of the merchant Ali of Cairo, son of the merchant jeweler, who hath sent us to fetch you to him at Baghdad.' Quoth I, 'Tell me, is it far or near hence to Baghdad?' They replied, 'Near. There lieth between us and the city but the darkness of the night.' Then they mounted us in the litter, and, when the morrow dawned, we found ourselves with thee, without having suffered any hurt whatever. Quoth he, 'Who gave you these dresses?' And quoth she, 'The chief of the caravan opened one of the boxes on the mules, and taking out thereof these clothes, clad me and thy children each in a suit, after which he locked the case and gave me the key, saying, "Take care of it till thou give it to thy husband, and here it is safe by me." So saying, she gave him the key, and he said, "Dost thou know the chest?" Said she, "Yes, I know it." So he took her down to the magazine and showed her the boxes, when she cried, This is the one whence the dresses were taken." Upon which he put the key in the lock and opened the chest, wherein he found much raiment, and the keys of all the other cases. So he took them and fell to opening them, one after another, and feasting his eyes upon the gems and the precious ores they contained, whose like was not found with any of the kings. After which he locked them again, took the keys, and returned to the saloon, saying to his wife, "This is of the bounty of Almighty Allah." Then bringing her to the secret slab, he turned the pin and opened the door of the closet, into which he entered with her, and showed her the gold he had laid up therein. Quoth she, "Whence came all this to thee?" "It came to me by the grace of my Lord," answered he. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 431st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Ali's wife had looked upon the gold, she said to him, 'Whence came all this to thee?' 'It came to me by the grace of my Lord,' answered he. 'When I left thee in my trouble, I shipped at Baluk for Damietta, and met a friend there who forwarded me to Damascus.' In brief, he told her all that had befallen him from first to last. Said she, 'O my lord, all this cometh by boon of thy father's blessing and orisons when he prayed for thee before his death, saying, I beseech Allah to cast thee into no straits except He grant thee ready relief. So praised be Allah Almighty, for that He hath brought thee deliverance and hath requited thee with more than went from thee. But Allah upon thee, O my lord, return not to thy practice of associating with doubtful folk, but look thou fear Allah, whose name be exalted, both in private and in public.' And as she went on to admonish him, he said, I accept thine admonition, and beg the Almighty to remove the froward from amongst us and stablish us in His obedience and in the observance of the law and practice of His Prophet, on whom be blessings and peace." After that, Ali and his wife and children were in all solace of life and gladness. And he opened him a shop in the merchant's bazaar, and stocking it with a somewhat of jewels and bullion, sat therein with his children and white servants. Presently he became the most considerable of the merchants of Baghdad, and his report reached the king of that city, who sent a messenger to command his attendants, saying, Answer the summons of the king who requireth thee. He replied, I hear and obey, and straightway prepared his present, and he took 4 trays of red gold, and filling them with jewels and precious metals, such as no king possessed, went up to the palace, and presenting himself before the presence, kissed the ground between his hands, and wished him endurance of goods and glory in the finest language he could command. Said the king, O merchant, thou cheerest our city with thy presence. And Ali rejoined, O king of the age, thy slave hath brought thee a gift, and hopeth for acceptance thereof from thy favor. Then he laid the 4 trays before the king, who uncovered them, and seeing that they contained gems, whose fellows he possessed not, and whose worth equaled treasuries of money, said, Thy present is accepted, O merchant, and, Inshallah, we will requite thee with its like. And Ali kissed his hands and went away, whereupon the king called his grandees, and said to them, How many of the kings have sought my daughter in marriage? Many, answered they. And he asked, Hath any of them given me the like of this gift? Whereto they replied, Not one, for that none of them hath its like. And he said, I have consulted Allah Almighty by lot as to marrying my daughter to this merchant. What say ye? Be it as thou reckest, answered they. Then he bade the eunuch carry the 4 trays into his seraglio, and going into his wife, laid them before her. She uncovered them, and seeing therein that whose like she possessed not, no, nor a fraction thereof, said to him, From which of the kings hadst thou these? Perchance of one of the royalties that seek thy daughter in marriage? Said he, Not so, I had them of an Egyptian merchant, who is lately come to this our city. Now when I heard of his coming, I sent to command him to us, thinking to make his acquaintance. so haply we might find with him somewhat of jewels, and buy them of him for our daughter's trousseau. He obeyed our summons, and brought us these 4 trays as a present. And I saw him to be a handsome youth of dignified aspect, and intelligent as elegant, almost such as should be the sons of kings. Wherefore my heart inclined to him at sight, and my heart rejoiced in him, and I thought good to marry my daughter to him. So I showed the gift to my grandees, who agreed with me that none of the kings hath the like of these, and I told them my project. But what sayest thou?" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 432nd night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king of Baghdad, after showing the presents to his wife and highly praising Ali, the merchant jeweler, and informing her of the proposed marriage, asked, 'But what sayest thou?' She replied, 'O king of the age, the ordering this affair is in Allah's hand, and thine. Whatso Allah willeth shall come to pass.' Rejoined the king, 'If it be his will, I will marry her to none other than this young man.' He slept on this resolve, and on the morrow he went out to his divan, and summoned Ali and the rest of the merchants of Baghdad, and when all came, bade them be seated. Then said he, 'Bring me the Kazi of the divan.' And they brought him, whereupon the king said to him, 'O Kazi, write the contract of marriage between my daughter and the merchant Ali the Cairene.' But Ali said, 'Thy pardon, O our lord the Sultan, it befitteth not that a traitor such as I be the king's son-in-law.' Quoth the king, 'It is my will to bestow this favor upon thee, as well as the wazirate.' And he invested him forthwith in the wazir's office and ministerial robes. Then Ali sat down in the chair of the wazirate and said, 'O king of the age, thou hast bestowed on me this, and indeed I am honored by thy bounties. But hear one word I have to say to thee.' He replied, 'Say on, and fear not.' Quoth Ali, 'Since it is thine august resolution to marry thy daughter, thou wouldst do better to marry her to my son.' Quoth the king, 'Hast thou then a son?' And Ali replied, 'Yes.' 'Send for him forthwith,' said the king. Thereupon answered Ali, 'Hearkening and obedience,' and dispatched a servant to fetch his son, who came, and kissing the ground before the king, stood in an attitude of respect. The king looked at him, and seeing him to be yet comelier than his daughter, and goodlier than she in stature and proportion and brightness and perfection, said to him, 'What is thy name, O my son?' 'My name is Hasan, O our lord the Sultan,' replied the young man, who was then 14 years old. Then the Sultan said to the Kazi, 'Write the contract of marriage between my daughter Husan al-Wujid and Hasan, son of the merchant Ali the Cairene.' So he wrote the marriage contract between them, and the affair was ended in the goodliest fashion. After which all in the divan went their ways, and the merchants followed the Wazir Ali, escorting him to his house, where they gave him joy of his advancement, and departed. Then he went in to his wife, who, seeing him clad in the Wazir's habit, exclaimed, 'What is this?' When he told her all that had passed from first to last, and she joyed therein with exceeding joy. So sped the night, and on the morrow he went up to the divan, where the king received him with especial favor, and seating him close by his side, said, 'O Wazir, we purpose to begin the wedding festivities, and bring thy son in to our daughter.' Replied Ali, 'O our lord the Sultan, whatso thou deemest good is good.' So the Sultan gave orders to celebrate the festivities, and they decorated the city and held high festival for 30 days, in all joy and gladness. At the end of which time Hasan, son of the Wazir Ali, went in to the princess and enjoyed her beauty and loveliness. When the queen saw her daughter's husband, she conceived a warm affection for him, and in like manner she rejoiced greatly in his mother. Then the king bade build for his son-in-law Hasan, Ali's son, a palace beside his own. So they built him with all speed a splendid palace in which he took up his abode. And his mother used to tarry with him some days and then go down to her own house. After a while, the queen said to her husband, "O king of the age, Hasan's lady mother cannot take up her abode with her son and leave the wazir, neither can she tarry with the wazir and leave her son." "Thou sayest sooth," replied the king, and bade edify a third palace beside that of Hasan, which being done in a few days, he caused remove thither the goods of the wazir, and the minister and his wife took up their abode there. Now the three palaces communicated with one another, so that when the king had a mind to speak with the wazir by night, he would go to him or send to fetch him. And so with Hasan and his father and mother. On this wise they dwelt in all solace and in the greatest happiness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 19. Section 20, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 20. When it was the 433rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king and the wazir and his son ceased not to dwell in all solace and in the greatest happiness a while, till the king fell ill and his sickness grew on him. So he summoned the lords of his realm and said to them, There is come upon me a sore malady, peradventure a mortal, and I have therefore summoned you to consult you respecting a certain matter, on which I would have you counsel me as you deem well." They asked, "What is the matter of which thou wouldst take counsel with us, O king?" And he answered, "I am old and sickly, and I fear for the realm after me from its enemies. So I would have you all agree upon some one, that I may proclaim him king in my lifetime, and so ye may be at ease." Whereupon quoth they with one voice, "We all approve of thy daughter's husband Hasan, son of the Wazir Ali, for we have seen his wit and perfect understanding, and he knoweth the place of all, great and small." Asked the king, "Are ye indeed agreed upon this?" And they answered, "Yes." Rejoined he, "Peradventure ye all say this to my face of respect for me, but behind my back ye will say otherwise." However, they all replied, "By Allah, our word is one and the same in public and in private, and we accept him frankly and with hardiness of heart and breadth of breast." Quoth he, "Since the case is thus, bring the Kazi of the holy law and all the chamberlains and viceroys and officers of state before me tomorrow, and we will order the affair after the goodliest fashion." "We hear and obey," answered they, and withdrawing, notified all the Olema, the doctors of the law, and the chief personages among the emirs. So when the morrow dawned, they came up to the divan, and having craved and obtained permission to enter, they saluted the king, saying, "Here are we all in thy presence." Whereto he made reply, "O emirs of Baghdad, whom will ye have to be king over you after me, that I may inaugurate him during my lifetime, before the presence of you all?" Quoth they with one voice, "We are agreed upon thy daughter's husband Hasan, son of the Wazir Ali." Quoth he, "If it be so, go all of you and bring him before me." So they all arose, and repairing to Hasan's palace, said to him, "Rise, come with us to the king." "Wherefore?" asked he, and they answered, "For a thing that will benefit both us and thee." So he went in with them to the king and kissed the ground before his father-in-law, who said to him, "Be seated, O my son." He sat down, and the king continued, "O Hasan, all the emirs have approved of thee and agreed to make thee king over them after me, and it is my purpose to proclaim thee whilst I yet live, and so make an end of the business." But Hasan stood up, and kissing the ground once more before the king, said to him, "O our lord, Among the emirs there are many who are older than I and greater of worth. Acquit me therefore of this thing." But all the emirs cried out, saying, "We consent not but that thou be king over us." Then said Hasan, "My father is older than I and he are one thing, and it befits not to advance me over him." But Ali said, "I will consent to nothing save whatso contenteth my brethren, and they have all chosen and agreed upon thee. Wherefore gainsay thou not the king's commandment and that of thy brethren." And Hasan hung his head abashed before the king and his father. Then said the king to the emirs, "Do ye all accept of him?" "We do," answered they, and recited thereupon 7 Fatihahs. So the king said, "O Qazi, draw up a legal instrument, testifying of these emirs that they are agreed to make king over them my daughter's husband Hasan." The Qazi wrote the act and made it binding on all men, after they had sworn in a body the oath of fealty to Hasan. Then the king did likewise and bade him take his seat on the throne of kingship, whereupon they all arose and kissed King Hasan's hands and did homage to him, and swore lealty to him. And the new king dispensed justice among the people that day in a fashion right royal, and invested the grandees of the realm in splendid robes of honor. When the divan broke up, he went in to and kissed the hands of his father-in-law, who spake thus to him: "O my son, look thou rule the lieges in the fear of Allah." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 434th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Hasan was quit of the divan, he went into and kissed the hands of his wife's father, who spake thus to him: 'O my son, look thou rule the lieges in the fear of Allah.' Whereto he replied, 'O my father, through thy prayers for me, the grace and guidance of Allah will come to me.' Then he entered his own palace and was met by his wife and her mother and their attendants, who kissed his hands and gave him joy of his advancement, saying, 'Be this day blessed.' Next he went in to his father and mother, who joyed with exceeding joy in that which Allah had vouchsafed him of his advancement to the kingship, and his father charged him to fear Allah and to deal mercifully with his subjects. He passed the night in glee and gladness, and on the morrow, having prayed the obligatory prayers ending with the usual short chapters of the Quran, he went up to the divan, whither came all his officers and dignitaries. He passed the day in dispensing justice among the folk, bidding to graciousness and forbidding ungraciousness, and appointing to place and displacing, till day end, when the divan broke up after the goodliest fashion, and all the troops withdrew and each went his own way. Then he arose and repaired to the palace, where he found his father-in-law's sickness grown heavy upon him, and said to him, 'May no ill befall thee.' At this the old king opened his eyes and said, 'O Hasan!' And he replied, 'At thy service, O my lord.' Quoth the old king, 'Mine appointed hour is at hand. Be thou careful of thy wife and her mother, and look thou fear Allah and honour thy parents, and bide in awe of the majesty of the requiting king, and bear in mind that he commandeth justice and good works.' And King Hasan replied, 'I hear and obey.' Now after this the old king lingered 3 days, and then departed into the mercy of Almighty Allah. So they laid him out, and shrouded and buried him, and held over him readings and perlections of the Quran, to the end of the customary 40 days. And King Hasan, son of the Wazir, reigned in his stead, and his subjects joyed in him, and all his days were gladness. Moreover, his father ceased not to be his chief wazir on his right hand, and he took to himself another wazir to be at his left hand. His reign was a prosperous and well ordered, and he lived a long life as king of Baghdad, and Allah blessed him, by the old king's daughter, with 3 sons who inherited the kingdom after him. And they abode in the solace of life and its pleasures, till there came to them the destroyer of delights, and the severer of societies. And the glory be to him who is eternal, and in whose hand are annulling and confirming. And of the tales they tell is one of the Pilgrim Man and the Old Woman. A man of the pilgrims once slept a long sleep, and awaking, found no trace of the caravan. So he rose up and walked on, but lost his way, and presently came to a tent where he saw an old woman standing at the entrance, and by her side a dog asleep. He went up to the tent, and saluting the old woman, sought of her food, when she replied, "Go to yonder wady, and catch thy sufficiency of serpents, that I may broil of them for thee, and give thee to eat." Rejoined the pilgrim, "I dare not catch serpents, nor did I ever eat them." Quoth the old woman, "I will go with thee and catch some, fear not." So she went with him, followed by the dog, to the valley, and catching a sufficient number of serpents, proceeded to broil them. He saw nothing for it, saith the storyteller, but to eat, in fear of hunger and exhaustion. So he ate of the serpents. Then he was athirst, and asked for water to drink, and she answered, "Go to the spring and drink." Accordingly he went to the spring, and found the water thereof bitter, yet needs must he drink of it despite its bitterness, because of the violence of his thirst. Presently he returned to the old woman, and said to her, "I marvel, O ancient dame, at thy choosing to sojourn in this place." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 435th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the palmer man drank the bitter draught for stress of thirst, he returned, and said, I marvel, O ancient dame, at thy choosing to sojourn in this place, and thy putting up with such meat and drink." She asked, "And how is it then in thy country?" Whereto he answered, "In my country are houses wide and spacious, and fruits ripe and delicious, and waters sweet, and beyond savours, and of goodly use, and meats fat and full of juice, and flocks innumerous, and all things pleasant, and all the goods of life, the like whereof are not, save in the paradise which Allah the Omnipotent hath promised to his servants pious." Replied she, "All this have I heard, but tell me, have ye a sultan who ruleth over you, and is tyrannical in his rule, and under whose hand you are, one who, if any of you commit an offence, taketh his goods and ruineth him, and who, when as he will, turneth you out of house and home, and uprooteth you stock and branch?" Replied the man, "Indeed that may be." And she replied, "If so, by Allah, these your delicious food and life of daintyhood and gifts, however good, with tyranny and oppression, are but a searching poison, while our coarse meat, which in freedom and safety we eat, is a healthful medicine. Hast thou not heard that the best of boons, after all Islam, the true fatah, are sanity and security? Now such boons," quoth he who telleth the tale, "may be by the just rule of the Sultan, vice-regent of Allah on his earth, and the goodness of his polity. The Sultan of time past needed but little awfulness, for when the lieges saw him, they feared him. But the Sultan of these days hath need of the most accomplished polity and the utmost majesty, because men are not as men of bygone time, and this our age is one of folk opprobrious, and is greatly calamitous, noted for folly and hardness of heart, and inclined to hate and enmity. If therefore the Sultan, which Almighty Allah forfend, be weak or wanting in polity and majesty, this will be the assured cause of his country's ruin." Quoth the proverb, "An 100 years of the Sultan's tyranny, but not 1 year of the people's tyranny one over other. When the lieges oppress one another, Allah setteth over them a tyrannical sultan and a terrible king. Thus it is told in history that one day there was sent to Al-Hajjaj bin Yusuf a slip of paper, whereon was written, 'Fear Allah and oppress not his servants with all manner of oppression.' When he read this, he mounted the pulpit, for he was eloquent and ever ready of speech, and said, 'O folk, Allah Almighty hath made me ruler over you by reason of your frowardness.' And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 436th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Hajjaj Yusuf's son read the paper, he mounted the pulpit and said, O folk, Allah Almighty hath made me ruler over you by reason of your frowardness, and indeed, though I die, yet will ye not be delivered from oppression with these your ill deeds. For the Almighty hath created like unto me many an one. If it be not I, 'twill be one more mischievous than I, and a mightier in oppression, and a more merciless in his majesty. Even as saith the poet, For not a deed the hand can try, save 'neath the hand of God on high, nor tyrant harsh work tyranny, uncrushed by tyrant harsh as he. Tyranny is feared, but justice is the best of all things. We beg Allah to better our case. And among tales is that of Abu al-Husan and his slave girl Tawaddud. There was once in Baghdad a man of consequence and rich in monies and immovables, who was one of the chiefs of the merchants. And Allah had largely endowed him with worldly goods, but had not vouchsafed him what he longed for of offspring. And there was passed over him a long space of time, without his being blessed with issue, male or female. His years waxed great, his bones became wasted, and his back bent. Weakness and weariness grew upon him, and he feared the loss of his wealth and possessions, seeing he had no child whom he might make his heir, and by whom his name should be remembered. So he betook himself with supplication to Almighty Allah, fasting by day and praying through the night. Moreover, he vowed many vows to the living, the eternal, and visited the pious, and was constant in supplication to the Most Highest, till he gave ear to him and accepted his prayer and took pity on his straining and complaining, so that before many days were past, he knew carnally one of his women, and she conceived by him the same night. In due time, she finished her months, and casting her burden, bore a male child, as he were a slice of the moon, whereupon the merchant fulfilled his vows in his gratitude to Allah, to whom be honor and glory, and gave alms and clothed the widow and the orphan. On the 7th night after the boy's birth, he named him Abu al-Husan, and the wet nurses suckled him, and the dry nurses dandled him, and the servants and the slaves carried him and handled him, till he shot up and grew tall and throve greatly, and learnt the sublime Quran, and the ordinances of all Islam, and the canons of the true faith, and calligraphy, and poetry, and mathematics, and archery. On this wise he became the union pearl of his age, and the goodliest of the folk of his time and his day, fair of face and of tongue, fluent, carrying himself with a light and graceful gait, and glorying in his stature proportionate and amorous graces, which were to many a bait, and his cheeks were red, and flower white was his forehead, and his side face waxed brown with tender down, even as saith one describing him, The spring of the down on cheeks right clearly shows, and how, when the spring is gone, shall last the rose. Dost thou not see that the growth upon his cheek is violet bloom that from its leaves outgrows? He abode a while in ease and happiness with his father, who rejoiced and delighted in him, till he came to man's estate, when the merchant one day made him sit down before him, and said, O my son, the appointed term draweth near, my hour of death is at hand, and it remaineth but to meet Allah, to whom belong majesty and might. I leave thee what shall suffice thee, even to thy son's son, of monies and mansions, farms and gardens. Wherefore fear thou Almighty Allah, O my son, in dealing with that which I bequeath to thee, and follow none but those who will help thee to the divine favor. Not long after, he sickened and died. So his son ordered his funeral after the goodliest wise, and burying him, returned to his house, and sat mourning for him many days and nights. But behold, certain of his friends came into him, and said to him, Whoso leaveth a son like thee is not dead. Indeed, what is past, and fled, and mourning beseemeth none but the young maid and the wife cloistered. And they ceased not from him till they wrought on him to enter the hammam and break off his mourning. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 20.
Section 21, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 21, 437th through 440th night. When it was the 437th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Abu al-Husn was visited by his friends and taken to the Hammam and persuaded to break off his mourning, he presently forgot his father's charge, and his head was turned by his riches. He thought fortune would always wone with him as it was, and that wealth would ever wax and never wane. So he ate and drank and made merry, and took his pleasure, and gave gifts of gear and coin, and was profuse with gold, and addressed himself up to eating fowls, and breaking the seals of wine flasks, and listening to the giggle of the daughter of the vine as she gurgled from the flagon, and enjoying the jingle of the singing girls. Nor did he give over this way of life, till his wealth was wasted, and the case worsened, and all his goods went from him, and he bit his hands in bitter penitence. For of a truth he had nothing left after that which he had squandered, but a concubine, a slave girl whom his father had bequeathed to him with the rest of his estate. And she had no equal in beauty and loveliness, and brightness, and liveliness, and symmetric stature, and perfect grace. She was past mistress in every manner of arts and accomplishments, and endowed with many excellences, surpassing all the folk of her age and time. She was grown more notorious than a waymark for her seductive genius, and outdid the fair both in theory and practice. And she was noted for her swimming gait, flexile and delicate, albeit she was full 5 feet in height, and by all the boons of fortune decked and dight, with straight arched brows twain, as they were the crescent moon of Shaban, and eyes like gazelle's eyne, and nose like the edge of scimitar fine, and cheeks like anemones of blood-red shine, and mouth like Solomon's seal and sign, and teeth like necklaces of pearls in line, and navel holding an ounce of oil of benzoin, and waist more slender than his body, whom love hath wasted, and whom concealment hath made sick with pine, and hind parts heavier than 2 hills of sand. Briefly, she was a volume of charms after his saying, who saith, Her fair shape ravisheth, if face to face she did appear, and if she turn, for severance from her she slayeth sheer. Sun-like, full moon-like, sapling-like, unto her character, estrangement no wise appertains, nor cruelty austere. Under the bosom of her shift the garths of Eden are, and the full moon revolveth still upon her neck-ring's sphere. She seemed a full moon rising, and a gazelle browsing, a girl of 9 + 5, shaming the moon and sun, even as saith of her the sayer, eloquent and ingenious. Semblance of full moon heaven bore, when 5 and 5 are conjoined by 4. 'Tis not my sin if she made of me, it's like when it riseth horizon o'er. Clean of skin, odoriferous of breath, it seemed as if she were of fire fashioned, and of crystal moulded. Rose red was the cheek of her, and perfect the shape and form of her, even as one saith of her, describing her. Scented with sandal and musk, right proudly doth she go, with gold and silver and rose and saffron color aglow. A flower in a garden she is, a pearl in an ouch of gold, or an image in chapel set for worship of high and low. Slender and shapely she is, vivacity bids her arise, but the weight of her hips says sit or softly and slowly go. When as her favors I seek and sue for my heart's desire, be gracious, her beauty says, but her coquetry answers no. Glory to him who made beauty her portion, and that of her lover to be the prate of the censurers, hey-ho. She captivated all who saw her with the excellence of her beauty and the sweetness of her smile, and shot them down with the shafts she launched from her eyes. And withal she was eloquent of speech and excellently skilled in verse. Now when Abu al-Husn had squandered all his gold, and his ill plight all could behold, and there remained to him naught save this slave girl, he abode 3 days without tasting meat or taking rest and sleep. And the handmaid said to him, O my lord, carry me to the commander of the faithful, Harun al-Rashid. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 438th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that quoth the slave girl to her master, O my lord, carry me to Harun al-Rashid, 5th of the sons of Abbas, and seek of him to my price 10,000 dinars. If he deem me dear, say to him, O Prince of true believers, my handmaid is worth more than this. Do but prove her, and her value will be magnified in thine eyes. For this slave girl hath not her equal, and she were unfit to any but thou. And she added, Beware, O my lord, of selling me at less than the sum I have named. Indeed, 'tis but little for the like of me. Now her owner knew not her worth, nor that she had no equal in her day. But he carried her to the Caliph, and set her in the presence, and repeated what she had bidden him say. The Caliph asked her, What is thy name? To which she answered, My name is Tawaddud. He then inquired, O Tawaddud, in what branches of knowledge dost thou excel? And she replied, O my lord, I am versed in syntax and poetry, and jurisprudence, and exegesis, and philosophy. And I am skilled in music, and the knowledge of the divine ordinances, and in arithmetic, and geodesy, and geometry, and the fables of the ancients. I know the sublime Koran by heart, and have read it according to the 7, the 10, and the 14 modes. I know the number of its chapters and versets and sections and words, and its halves and fourths and eighths and tenths, the number of prostrations which occur in it, and the sum total of its letters. And I know what there is in it of abrogating and abrogated. Also, what parts of it were revealed at Al-Medina, and what at Mecca, and the cause of the different revelations. I know the holy traditions of the apostles' sayings, historical and legendary, the established, and those whose ascription is doubtful. And I have studied the exact sciences, geometry and philosophy, and medicine, and logic, and rhetoric, and composition. And I have learnt many things by rote, and am passionately fond of poetry. I can play the lute, and know its gamut, and notes, and notation, and the crescendo and diminuendo. If I sing and dance, I seduce, and if I dress and scent myself, I slay. In fine, I have reached a pitch of perfection such as can be estimated only by those of them who are firmly rooted in knowledge. Now when the Caliph heard these words spoken by one so young, he wondered at her eloquence, and turning to Abu al-Husayn said, I will summon those who shall discuss with her all she claimeth to know. If she answer correctly, I will give thee the price thou askest for her, and more, and if not, thou art fitter to have her than I. With gladness and goodly gree, O Commander of the Faithful, replied Abu al-Husayn. So the Caliph wrote to the Viceroy of Basra to send him Ibrahim bin Siyar the prosodist, who was the first man of his day in argument and eloquence and poetry and logic, and bade him bring with him readers of the Quran and learned doctors of the law, and physicians and astrologers and scientists and mathematicians and philosophers. And Ibrahim was more learned than all. In a little while they arrived at the palace of the Caliphate, knowing not what was to do, and the Caliph sent for them to his sitting chamber, and ordered them to be seated. So they sat down, and he bade bring the damsel Tawaddud, who came, and unveiling, showed herself, as she were a sparkling star. The Caliph set her a stool of gold, and she saluted, and speaking with an eloquent tongue, said, O Commander of the Faithful, bid the ulema and the doctors of law and leeches and astrologers and scientists and mathematicians and all here present contend with me in argument. So he said to them, I desire of you that ye dispute with this damsel on the things of her faith, and stultify her argument in all she advanceth. And they answered, saying, We hear and we obey Allah and thee, O Commander of the Faithful. Upon this, Tawaddud bowed her head and said, Which of you is the doctor of the law, the scholar, versed in the readings of the Quran and in the traditions? Quoth one of them, I am the man thou seekest. Quoth she, Then ask me of what thou wilt. Said the doctor, Hast thou read the precious book of Allah, and dost thou know its cancelling and cancelled parts? And hast thou meditated its versets and its letters? Yes, answered she. Then, said he, I will proceed to question thee of the obligations and the immutable ordinances. So tell me of these, O damsel, and who is thy Lord, who thy prophet, who thy guide, what is thy point of fronting in prayer, and who be thy brethren? Also, what thy spiritual path, and what thy highway? Whereto she replied, Allah is my Lord, and Mohammed, whom Allah save and assain, my prophet, and the Quran is my guide, and the Kaaba my fronting, and the true believers are my brethren. The practice of good is my path, and the Sunnah my highway. The Caliph again marveled at her words so eloquently spoken by one so young, and the doctor pursued, O damsel, with what do we know Almighty Allah? Said she, With the understanding. Said he, And what is the understanding? Quoth she, It is of two kinds, natural and acquired. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 439th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the damsel continued, The understanding is of two kinds, natural and acquired. The natural is that which Allah, to whom be honor and glory, created for the right direction of his servants after his will. And the acquired is that which men accomplish by dint of study and fair knowledge. He rejoined, Thou hast answered well. Question. Where is the seat of the understanding? Allah casteth it in the heart, whence its lustrous beams ascend to the brain, and there become fixed. Question. How knowest thou the Prophet of Allah? By the reading of Allah's holy book and by signs and proofs and portents and miracles. Question. What are the obligations and the immutable ordinances? The obligations are 5. 1. Testification that there is no ilah but Allah, no God but the God alone and one, which for partner hath none, and that Muhammad is his servant and his apostle. 2. The standing in prayers. 3. The payment of the poor rate. 4. Fasting Ramazan. 5. The pilgrimage to Allah's holy house for all to whom the journey is possible. The immutable ordinances are 4, to wit, night and day, and sun and moon, the which build up life and hope, nor any son of Adam wotteth if they will be destroyed on the day of judgment. Question. What are the obligatory observances of the faith? They are 5. Prayer, almsgiving, fasting, pilgrimage, fighting for the faith, and abstinence from the forbidden. Question. Why dost thou stand up to pray? To express the devout intent of the slave acknowledging the deity. Question. What are the obligatory conditions which precede standing in prayer? Purification, covering the shame, avoidance of soiled clothes, standing on a clean place, fronting the Kaaba, an upright posture, the intent and the pronouncing Allahu Akbar of prohibition. Question. With what shouldest thou go forth from thy house to pray? With the intent of worship mentally pronounced. Question. With what intent shouldest thou enter the mosque? With an intent of service. Question. Why do we front the Qiblah? In obedience to 3 divine orders and 1 traditional ordinance. Question. What are the beginning, the consecration, and the end of prayer? Purification beginneth prayer, saying the Allahu Akbar of prohibition consecrateth, and the salutation endeth prayer. Question. What deserveth he who neglecteth prayer? It is reported among the authentic traditions of the Prophet that he said, Whoso neglecteth prayer wilfully and purposely hath no part in al-Islam. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 440th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that after the damsel had repeated the words of that holy tradition, the doctor cried, Thou hast replied aright. Now say me, what is prayer? Prayer is communion between the slave and his Lord, and in it are 10 virtues. 1. It illumineth the heart. 2. It maketh the face shine. 3. It pleaseth the compassionate one. 4. It angereth Satan. 5. It conjureth calamity. 6. It wardeth off the mischief of enemies. 7. It multiplieth mercy. 8. It forfendeth vengeance and punishment. 9. It bringeth the slave nigh unto his Lord. And 10. It restraineth from lewdness and frowardness. Hence it is one of the absolute requisites and obligatory ordinances and the pillar of the faith. Question. What is the key of prayer? Wuzd, or the lesser ablution. Question. What is the key to the lesser ablution? Intention and naming the Almighty. Question. What is the key of naming the Almighty? Assured faith. Question. What is the key of faith? trust in the Lord? Question. What is the key of trust in the Lord? Hope. Question. What is the key of hope? Obedience. Question. What is the key of obedience? The confession of the unity and the acknowledgement of the divinity of Allah. Question. What are the divine ordinances of wuzu, the minor ablution? They are 6, according to the canon of the Imam al-Shafi Muhammad bin Idris, of whom Allah accept. 1. Intent while washing the face. 2. Washing the face. 3. Washing the hands and forearms. 4. Wiping part of the head. 5. Washing the feet and heels. 6. Observing due order. And the traditional statutes are 10. 1. Nomination. 2. And washing the hands before putting them into the water pot. 3. And mouth rinsing. 4. And snuffing. 5. And wiping the whole head. 6. And wetting the ears within and without with fresh water. 7. And separating a thick beard. 8. And separating the fingers and toes. 9. And washing the right foot before the left. And 10. Doing each of these thrice and all in unbroken order. When the minor ablution is ended, the worshipper should say, I testify that there is no God but the God, the One, which for partner hath none, and I testify that Muhammad is his servant and his apostle. O my Allah, make me of those who repent and in purity are permanent. Glory to Thee, O my God, and in Thy praise I bear witness that there is no God save Thou. I crave pardon of Thee, and I repent to Thee, for it is reported in the holy traditions that the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, said of this prayer, Whoso endeth every ablution with this prayer, the 8 gates of paradise are open to him. He shall enter at which he pleaseth. Question. When a man purposeth ablution, what betideth him from the angels and the devils? When a man prepareth for ablution, the angels come and stand on his right, and the devils on his left hand. If he name Almighty Allah at the beginning of the ablution, the devils flee from him, and the angels hover over him with a pavilion of light, having 4 ropes, to each an angel glorifying Allah and craving pardon for him, so long as he remaineth silent or calleth upon the name of Allah. But if he omit to begin washing with naming Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, neither remains silent, the devils take command of him, and the angels depart from him, and Satan whispereth evil thoughts unto him, till he fall into doubt and come short in his ablution. For, quoth he, on whom be blessing and peace, a perfect ablution driveth away Satan, and assureth against the tyranny of the Sultan. And again, quoth he, if calamity befall one who is not pure by ablution, verily and assuredly let him blame none but himself. Question. What should a man do when he awaketh from sleep? He should wash his hands thrice before putting them into the water vessel. Question. What are the Quranic and traditional orders anent ghusl, the complete ablution? The divine ordinances are intent and crowning the whole body with water, that is, the liquid shall come at every part of the hair and skin. Now the traditional ordinances are the minor ablution as preliminary, rubbing the body, separating the hair, and deferring in words the washing of the feet till the end of the ablution. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 21. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York. Section 22, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 22, 441st through 444th night. When it was the 441st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel had recounted to the doctor what were the divine and traditional orders anent ghusl, or total ablution, quoth he, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me what are the occasions for tayammum, or making the ablution with sand and dust, and what are the ordinances thereof, divine and human? The reasons are 7, viz., want of water, fear lest water lack, need thereto, going astray on a march, sickness, having broken bones in splints, and having open wounds. As for its ordinances, the divine number 4, viz., intent, dust, clapping it to the face and clapping it upon the hands, and the human number 2, nomination and preferring the right before the left hand. Question. What are the conditions, the pillars or essentials, and the traditional statutes of prayer? The conditions are 5. 1. Purification of the members. 2. Covering of the privy parts. 3. Observing the proper hours, either of certainty or to the best of one's belief. 4. Fronting the Qibla. And 5. Standing on a clean place. The pillars or essentials number 12. 1. Intent. 2. The takbir or magnification of prohibition. 3. Standing when able to stand. 4. Repeating the Fatiha or opening chapter of the Quran and saying, In the name of Allah, the Compassionating, the Compassionate, with the verse thereof according to the canon of the Imam al-Shafi. 5. Bowing the body and keeping it bowed. 6. Returning to the upright posture and so remaining for the time requisite. 7. Prostration and permanence therein. 8. Sitting between 2 prostrations and permanence therein. 9. Repeating the latter profession of the faith and sitting up therefore. 10. Invoking benediction on the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. 11. The first salutation, and 12. The intent of making an end of prayer expressed in words. But the traditional statutes are the call to prayer, the standing posture, raising the hands to either side of the face whilst pronouncing the prohibition, uttering the magnification before reciting the Fatiha, seeking refuge with Allah, saying Amin, repeating the chapter of the Quran after the Fatiha, repeating the magnifications during change of posture, saying, May Allah hear him who praiseth him, and O our Lord, to thee be the praise. praying aloud in the proper place, and praying under the breath prayers so prescribed. The first profession of unity and sitting up thereto, blessing the Prophet therein, blessing his family in the latter profession and the second salutation. Question. On what is the zakat or obligatory poor rate taxable? On gold and silver and camels and oxen and sheep and wheat and barley and holcus and millet and beans and vetches and rice and raisins and dates. Question. What is the zakat or poor rate on gold? Below 20 miskals or dinars, nothing, but on that amount half a dinar for every score, and so on proportionately. Question. On silver? Under 200 dirhams, nothing, then 5 dirhams on every 200, and so forth. Question. On camels? For every 5 an ewe, or for every 25 a pregnant camel. Question. On sheep? An ewe for every 40 head. Question. What are the ordinances of the Ramazan fast? The Quranic are intent, abstinence from eating, drinking, and carnal copulation, and the stoppage of vomiting. It is incumbent on all who submit to the law, save women in their courses, and 40 days after childbirth. And it becomes obligatory on sight of the new moon or on news of its appearance, brought by a trustworthy person, and commending itself as truth to the hearer's heart. And among its requisites is that the intent be pronounced at nightfall. The traditional ordinances of fasting are hastening to break the fast at sundown, deferring the fore-dawn meal, and abstaining from speech, save for good works, and for calling on the name of Allah and reciting the Quran. Question. What things vitiate not the fast? The use of unguents and eye powders, and the dust of the road, and the undesigned swallowing of saliva, and the emission of seed in nocturnal pollution, or at the sight of a strange woman, and blooding and cupping. None of these things vitiates the fast. Question. What are the prayers of the 2 great annual festivals? 2 one-bow prayers, which be a traditional ordinance, without call to prayer or standing up to pronounce the call. But let the Moslem say, prayer is a collector of all folk, and pronounce Allahu Akbar 7 times in the first prayer, besides the takbir of prohibition, and in the second 5 times, besides the magnification of rising up, according to the doctrine of the Imam al-Shafi, on whom Allah have mercy, and make the profession of the faith. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 442nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel had answered the doctor anent the festival prayers, quoth he, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me, what are the prayers prescribed on the occasion of an eclipse of the sun or moon? 2 one-bow prayers without call to prayer or standing thereto by the worshipper, who shall make in each 2-bow prayer double standing up and double inclinations and 2-fold prostrations, then sit and testify and salute. Question. What is the ritual of prayer for rain? 2 one-bow prayers without call to prayer or standing thereto. Then shall the Moslem make the profession and the salute. Moreover, the Imam shall deliver an exhortation and ask pardon of Allah in place of the magnification, as in the 2 sermons of the festivals, and turn his mantle upper edge downwards, and pray and supplicate. Question. What are the witr, the additional or occasional prayers? The least is a 1-bow prayer, and the most 11. Question. What is the forenoon prayer? At least 2 1-bow prayers, and at most 12. Question. What hast thou to say of the itikaf or retreat? It is a matter of traditional ordinance. Question. What are its conditions? 1. Intent. 2. Not leaving the mosque save of necessity. 3. Not having to do with a woman. 4. Fasting. And 5. Abstaining from speech. Question. Under what conditions is the Hajj or pilgrimage obligatory? Manhood, an understanding and being a Muslim, and practicability, in which case it is obligatory on all once before death. Question. What are the Quranic statutes of the pilgrimage? 1. The ihram or pilgrim's habit. 2. The standing at Arafat. 3. Circumambulating the Kaaba. 4. Running between Safa and Marwa. And 5. Shaving or clipping the hair. Question. What are the Quranic statutes of the Umrah or lesser pilgrimage? Assuming the pilgrim's habit, and compassing and running. Question. What are the Quranic ordinances of the assumption of the pilgrim's habit? Doffing sewn garments, forswearing perfume, and ceasing to shave the head or pare the nails, and avoiding the killing of game, and eschewing carnal copulation. Question. What are the traditional statutes of the pilgrimage? 1. The crying out, Labaka Atsum, here am I, O our Lord, here am I. 2. The Kaaba circuitings of arrival and departure. 3. The passing of the night at the mosque of Muzdalifah and in the valley of Mina. And 4. The lapidation. Question. What is the jihad or holy war and its essentials? Its essentials are 1. The descent of the infidels upon us. 2. The presence of the Imam. 3. A state of preparation. And 4. Firmness in meeting the foe. Its traditional ordinance is incital to battle, in that the Most High hath said, O thou my prophet, incite the faithful to fight. Question. What are the ordinances of buying and selling? The Quranic are 1. Offer and acceptance, and 2. If the thing sold be a white slave, by whom one profiteth, all possible endeavor to convert him to al-Islam, and 3. To abstain from usury. The traditional are making void and option before, not after separating, according to his saying, whom Allah bless and preserve. The parties to a sale shall have the option of cancelling or altering terms whilst they are yet unseparated. Question. What is it forbidden to sell for what? On this point I mind me of an authentic tradition reported by Nafi of the Apostle of Allah, that he forbade the barter of dried dates for fresh, and fresh figs for dry, and jerked for fresh meat, and cream for clarified butter. In fine, all eatables of one and the same kind, it is unlawful to buy or barter some for other some. Now when the doctor of law heard her words and knew that she was wit-keen, penetrative, ingenious, and learned in jurisprudence and the traditions and the interpretation of the Koran and what not else, he set in mind, "Needs must I maneuver with her, that I may overcome her in the assembly of the Commander of the Faithful." So he said to her, "O damsel, what is the lexicographical meaning of uzu?" And she answered, "Philologically, it signifieth cleanliness and freedom from impurities." Question. And of salat or prayer? An invocation of good. Question. And of ghusl? Purification. Question. And of saum or fasting? Abstention. Question. And of zakat? Increase. Question. And of hajj or pilgrimage? Visitation. Question. And of jihad? Repelling. With this the doctor's arguments were cut off. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 443rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the doctor's arguments were cut off, he rose to his feet and said, Bear witness against me, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned in the law than I am. Quoth she, I will ask thee somewhat, which do thou answer me speedily, and thou be indeed a learned man. Quoth he, Say on. And she said, What are the arrows of the faith? Answered he, They number 10. 1. Testification, that is, religion. 2. Prayer, that is, the covenant. 3. Alms, that is, purification. 4. Fasting, that is, defensive armor. 5. Pilgrimage, that is, the law. 6. Fighting for the faith, that is, a general duty. 7. Bidding to beneficence. And 8. Forbidding from frowardness, both of which are a man's honor. 9. Commune, that is, sociableness of the faithful. And 10. Seeking knowledge, that is, the praiseworthy path. She rejoined, Thou hast replied aright, and now remaineth but one question. What be the roots or fundamentals of al-Islam? He said, They are 4: sincerity of belief, truth of intent, observance of the lawful limit, and keeping the covenant. Then said she, I have one more question to ask thee, which if thou answer, it is well, else I will take thy clothes. Quoth he, Speak, O damsel. And she said, What are the branches or superstructure of al-Islam? But he was silent a while and made no reply. So she cried, Doff thy clothes, and I will expound them to thee. Quoth the Caliph, Expound them, and I will make him put off his clothes for thee. She said, There are 22 branches. 1. Holding fast to the Book of Allah the Most Highest. 2. Taking example by his apostle, whom Allah bless and preserve. 3. Abstaining from evil doing. 4. Eating what is lawful. And 5. Avoiding what is unlawful. 6. Restitution of things wrongfully taken. 7. Repentance. 8. Knowledge of the law. 9. Love of the friend. 10. And of the followers of the true revelation. 11. Belief in the apostles of al-Islam. 12. Fear of apostasy. 13. Preparation for departing this life. 14. Force of conviction. 15. Mercy on all possible occasions. 16. Strength in time of weakness. 17. Patience under trials. 18. Knowledge of Allah Almighty. And 19. Of what His Prophet hath made known to us. 20. Thwarting Iblis the accursed. 21. Striving earnestly against the lusts of the soul and warring them down. And 22. Devotion to the one God. Now when the commander of the faithful heard her words, he bade the professor put off his clothes and hooded turband. And so did that doctor, and went forth, beaten and confounded, from the caliph's presence. Thereupon another man stood up and said to her, O damsel, hear a few questions from me. Quoth she, Say on. And he asked, What are the conditions of purchase by advance? Whereto she answered, That the price be fixed, the kind be fixed, and the period of delivery be fixed and known. Question. What are the Quranic and the traditional canons of eating? The confession that Allah Almighty provideth the eater and giveth him meat and drink, with thanksgiving to Him therefore. Question. What is thanksgiving? The use by the creature of that which the Creator vouchsafeth to him, according as it was created for the creature. Question. What are the traditional canons of eating? The Bismillah and washing both hands, sitting on the left of the hind part, eating with 3 fingers, and eating of that which hath been duly masticated. Question. What are good manners in eating? Taking small mouthfuls, and looking little at one's table companion. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 444th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had answered concerning good manners in eating, the doctor who was trying her rejoined, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me, what are the stays of the heart and their supports? The stays and supports both number 3. 1. Holding fast to the faith, the support whereof is the shunning of infidelity. 2. Holding fast to the traditional law, and its support the shunning of innovation. And 3. Holding fast to obedience, and its support the shunning of disobedience. Question. What are the conditions of wuzu? 1. Being a Moslem. 2. Discernment of good and evil. 3. Purity of the water. And 4. Absence of material or religious impediments. Question. What is belief? It is divided into 9 parts. 1. Belief in the one worshipped. 2. Belief in the condition of slavery of the worshipper. 3. Belief in the personality of the deity. 4. Belief in the 2 handfuls. 5. Belief in providence, which allotteth to man his lot. 6. Belief in the abrogating. And 7. In the abrogated. 8. Belief in Allah, His angels and apostles. And 9. In foreordained fate, general and individual, its good and ill, its sweet and bitter. Question. What three things do away other three? It is told of Sufyan al-Sawri that he said, "Three things do away with other three. Making light of the pious doth away the future life. Making light of kings doth away this life. And making light of expenditure doth away wealth." Question. What are the keys of the heavens, and how many gates have they? Quoth Almighty Allah, "And the heaven shall be opened and be full of portals." And quoth he whom Allah bless and preserve, "None knoweth the number of the gates of heavens, save he who created the heavens. And there is no son of Adam but hath two gates allotted to him in the heavens, one whereby his daily bread descendeth, and another wherethrough his works ascend. The first gate is not closed, save when his term of life cometh to an end, nor the gate of works, good and evil, till his soul ascend for judgment." Question. Tell me of a thing and a half thing and a no thing. The thing is the Moslem, the half thing the hypocrite, and the no thing the miscreant. Question. Tell me of various kinds of hearts. There is the whole heart, the sick heart, the contrite heart, the vowed heart, and the enlightened heart. Now the whole heart is that of Abraham, the friend of Allah. The sick heart is that of the unbeliever in al-Islam. The contrite heart is that of the pious who fear the Lord. The vowed heart is that of our Lord Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep. And the illuminated heart is that of his followers. Furthermore, the hearts of learned ulema are of three kinds: the heart which is in love with this world, the heart which loveth the next world, and the heart which loveth its Lord. And it is said that hearts are three: the suspended, that of the infidel; the non-existent, that of the hypocrite; and the constant, that of the true believer. Moreover, it is said that the firm heart is of three kinds, viz., the heart dilated with light and faith, the heart wounded with fear of estrangement, and the heart which feareth to be forsaken of its supreme friend. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 22. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, May 2011. Section 23, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 23, 445th through 448th night. When it was the 445th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the second doctor declared, 'Thou hast said well,' quoth she to the Caliph, 'O Commander of the Faithful, he hath questioned me till he is weary, and now I will ask of him 2 questions. If he answer them both, it is well, and if not, I will take his clothes, and he shall wend in peace.' Quoth the doctor, 'Ask me what thou wilt.' And she said, 'What sayest thou religion is?' Answered he, Religion is confession of faith with the tongue, and conviction with the heart, and correspondent action with the members. He, upon whom be blessings and peace, hath said, the believer is not perfect in belief except he perfect himself in 5 qualities, namely, trust in Allah, committal of his affair to Allah, submission to the commands of Allah, acquiescence in the decrees of Allah, and that all he doth be done for the sake of Allah. So is he of those who are acceptable to the Deity, and who give to him and withhold for him, and such man is perfect in belief. Then said she, what is the divine ordinance of ordinances, and the ordinance which is the initiator of all ordinances, and that of which all others stand in need, and that which comprehendeth all others? And what is the traditional ordinance that entereth into the Quranic, and the prophetic practice whereby the divine is completed? But he was silent and made no reply, whereupon the Caliph bade her expound, and ordered him to doff his clothes and give them to her. Said she, O doctor, the Quranic ordinance of ordinances is the knowledge of Allah Almighty. That which is the initiative of all others is the testifying there is no God but the God, and Muhammad is the apostle of God. That of which all others have need is the wuzu ablution. That which compriseth all others is the ghusl ablution from defilement. The traditional ordinance that entereth into the Quranic is the separation of the fingers and the thick beard. And that wherewith all Quranic ordinances are completed is circumcision. Therewith was made manifest the defeat of the doctor, who rose to his feet and said, I call Allah to witness, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned than I in theology and what pertaineth to the law. So saying, he put off his clothes and went away ignominiously worsted. Then she turned to the rest of the learned men present and said, O masters, which of you is the Quranist, the reader and reciter of the Quran, versed in the 7 readings, and in syntax, and in lexicography? Thereupon a professor arose, and, seating himself before her, said, Hast thou read the book of Almighty Allah, and made thyself thoroughly acquainted with its signs, that is, its verses, and its abrogating parts, and abrogated portions, its unequivocal commands, and its ambiguous, and the difference of its revelations, Meccan and Medinan? Dost thou understand its interpretation, and hast thou studied it according to the various traditions and origins? Yes, answered she, and he said, What then is the number of its chapters? How many are the decades and verses? How many words, and how many letters, and how many acts of prostration, and how many prophets, and how many chapters are Medinan, and how many are Meccan, and how many birds are mentioned in it? Replied she, O my lord, its chapters are 114, whereof 70 were revealed at Mecca, and 44 at Al-Madinah, and it containeth 621 decades, 6,336 verses, 79,439 words, and 323,670 letters. And to the reader thereof, for every letter, are given 10 benefits. The acts of prostration it compriseth are 14. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 446th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the professor of Quranic exegesis questioned the damsel, she continued, As regards the prophets named in the book, there be 25, to wit, Adam, Noah, Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Lot, Elisha, Jonah, Salih or Heber, Hud, Shu'ab or Jethro, David, Solomon, Zulkifl or Joshua, Idris, Elias, Yahya or John the Baptist, Zacharias, Job, Moses, Aaron, Jesus, and Muhammad. The peace of Allah and His blessing be on them all. Moreover, 9 flying things are mentioned in the Quran, namely the gnat, the bee, the fly, the ant, the hoopoe, the crow, the locust, the swallow, and the bird of Jesus, on whom be peace, to wit, the bat. Question. What is the most excellent chapter of the Quran? That of the cow. Question. Which is the most magnificent verse? That of the throne. It hath 50 words, bearing in each 50 blessings. Question. What sign or verse hath in it 9 signs or wonders? That in which quoth Allah Almighty, Verily, in the creation of the heaven and the earth, and in the vicissitude of night and day, and in the ship which saileth through the sea, laden with what is profitable for mankind, and in the rain water which God sendeth down from heaven, quickening thereby the dead ground, and replenishing the same with all sorts of cattle, and in the change of winds, and in the clouds that are compelled to do service between the heaven and the earth, are signs to people of understanding. Question. Which verse is the most just? That in which Allah saith, Verily Allah enjoineth justice and the doing of good, and the giving unto kindred what shall be necessary, and He forbiddeth wickedness and iniquity and oppression. Question. Which is the most greedy? That in which quoth Allah, Is it that every man of them greedeth to enter the garden of delight? Question. Which is the most hopeful? That in which quoth Almighty Allah, Say, O my servants who have transgressed against your own souls, despair not of the mercy of Allah, seeing that Allah forgiveth all sins. Aye, gracious, merciful is He. Question. By what school of intonation dost thou read? By that of the people of paradise, to wit, the version of Nafi. Question. In which verse doth Allah make prophets lie? In that wherein He saith, They, the brothers of Joseph, brought his inner garment stained with false blood. Question. In which doth He make unbelievers speak the truth? In that wherein He saith, The Jews say the Christians are grounded on nothing, and the Christians say the Jews are grounded on nothing, and yet they both read the Scriptures, and, so saying, all say sooth. Question. In which doth God speak in His own person? In that in which He saith, I have not created jinni and men for any other end than that they should serve me. Question. In which verse do the angels speak? In that which saith, But we celebrate thy praise and extol thy holiness. Question. What sayest thou of the formula, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned? It is obligatory by commandment of Allah on all before reading the Quran, as appeareth by his saying, "When thou readest the Quran, seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned." Question. What signify the words seeking refuge, and what are the variants of the formula? Some say, I take refuge with Allah, the all-hearing and all-knowing, and others, with Allah the strong. But the best is that whereof the sublime Quran speaketh, and the traditions perpetuate. And he, whom Allah bless and keep, was used to ejaculate, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. And quoth a tradition reported by Nafi on the authority of his adopted father, the Apostle of Allah was wont, when he rose in the night to pray, to say aloud, Allahu Akbar, God is most great, with all majesty. Praise be to Allah abundantly. Glory to Allah morn and even be. Then would he say, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned, and from the delusions of the devils and their evil suggestions. And it is told of Ibn Abbas, of whom Allah accept, that he said, the first time Gabriel came down to the Prophet with revelation, he taught him the seeking refuge, saying, O Muhammad, say, I seek refuge with Allah, the all-hearing and all-knowing. Then say, in the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate. Read, in the name of thy Lord who created man of blood clots. Now when the Quranist heard her words, he marveled at her expressions, her eloquence, her learning, her excellence, and said, O damsel, what sayest thou of the verse, in the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate? Is it one of the verses of the Quran? Yes, it is a verset of the ant, occurring also at the head of the first and between every two following chapters. And there is much difference of opinion respecting this among the learned. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 447th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had told the professor concerning the difference of opinion among the learned touching the Basmalah, he said, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me, why is not the formula written at the head of the chapter of immunity? And she answered, When this chapter was revealed from on high for the dissolution of the alliance between the Prophet and the idolaters, he, whom Allah bless and preserve, sent Ali ibn Abi Talib, whose face Allah honor, therewith, and he read the chapter to them, but did not read the Basmalah. Question. What of the excellence of the formula and its blessing? It is told of the Prophet that he said, Never is the Basmalah pronounced over aught, but there is a blessing in it. And it is reported, on authority of him whom Allah bless and preserve, that the Lord of glory swore by his glory that never should the Basmalah be pronounced over a sick person, but he should be healed of his sickness. Moreover, it is said that, when Allah created the Empyrean, it was agitated with an exceeding agitation, but he wrote on it, Bismillah, and its agitation subsided. When the formula first descended from heaven to the Prophet, he said, I am safe from three things, earthquake and metamorphosis and drowning. And indeed its boons are great, and its blessings too many to enumerate. It is told of Allah's apostle that he said, There will be brought on the judgment day a man with whom he shall reckon, and finding no good deed to his account, shall order him to the fire. But the man will cry, O my God, thou hast not dealt justly by me. Then shall Allah, to whom be honor and glory, say, How so? And the man shall answer, O Lord, for that thou callest thyself the compassionating, the compassionate, yet wilt thou punish me with the fire. And Allah, magnified be His majesty, shall reply, I did indeed name myself the compassionating, the compassionate. Carry my servant to paradise of my mercy, for I am the most merciful of the mercifuls. Question. What was the origin of the use of the Basmalah? When Allah sent down from heaven the Quran, they wrote, In thy name, O my God. When Allah revealed the words, say, call upon Allah, or call upon the compassionating, what days ye pray, for hath He the most excellent names, they wrote, In the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate. And when He revealed the words, Your God is one God, there is no God but He, the compassionating, the compassionate, they wrote, In the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate. Now when the Quranist heard her reply, he hung down his head and said to himself, This be a marvel of marvels. How hath this slave girl expounded the origin of the Basmalah? But by Allah, needs must I go about with her and happily defeat her. So he asked, Did Allah reveal the Quran all at once, or at times manifold? She answered, Gabriel the faithful, on whom be peace, descended with it from the Lord of the worlds upon his prophet Muhammad, prince of the apostles and seal of the prophets, by detached versets, bidding and forbidding, covenanting and comminating, and containing advices and instances in the course of 20 years as occasion called for it. Question. Which chapter was first revealed? According to Ibn Abbas, that entitled Congealed Blood, and according to Jabir bin Abdullah, that called The Covered, which preceded all others. Question. Which verset was the last revealed? That of usury, and it is also said the verse, When there cometh Allah's succor and victory. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 448th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel told the Quranist which was the last verse, he said, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me the names of the companions who collected the Quran in the lifetime of the Apostle of Allah. And she answered, They were 4, Ubay ibn Ka'ab, Zaid ibn Sabit, Abu Ubaidah, Amir bin Jarrah, and Uthman bin Affan. Allah accept of them one and all. Question. Who are the readers from whom the accepted reading of the Quran is taken? They number 4. Abdullah bin Masud, Ubay bin Ka'ab, Ma'az bin Jabal, and Salim bin Abdullah. Question. What sayest thou of the words of the Most High, that which is sacrificed to stones? The stones are idols which are set up and worshipped instead of Allah the Most High, and from this we seek refuge with Allah. Question. What sayest thou of the words of the Most High, Thou knowest what is in my soul, and I know not what is in thy soul? They mean, Thou knowest the truth of me and what is in me, and I know not what is in thee. And the proof of this are his words, Thou art he who wottest the hidden things. And it is said also, Thou knowest my essence, but I know not thine essence. Question. What sayest thou of the words of the Most High, O true believers, forbid not yourselves the good things which Allah hath allowed you? My Shaykh, on whom Allah have mercy, told me that the companion Al-Zahak related, there was a people of the true believers who said, We will dock our members masculine and don sackcloth. whereupon this verse was revealed. But al-Qutada declared that it was revealed on account of sundry companions of the Apostle of Allah, namely Ali ibn Abi Talib and Uthman bin Musab, and others who said, "We will geld ourselves and don haircloth and make us monks." Question. What sayest thou of the words of the Most Highest, and Allah took Abraham for his friend? The friend of Allah is the needy, the poor, and according to another saying, he is the lover, he who is detached from the world in the love of Allah Almighty, and in whose attachment there is no falling away. Now when the Quranist saw her pass on in speech with the passage of the clouds, and that she stayed not in reply, he rose to his feet and said, I take Allah to witness, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned than I in Quranic exegesis and what pertaineth thereto. Then said she, I will ask thee one question, which, if thou answer it, is well, but if thou answer not, I will strip off thy clothes. Quoth the Commander of the Faithful, Ask on. And she inquired, Which verset of the Quran hath in it 23 cuffs? Which 16 mims? Which 140 ayns? And which section lacketh the formula, To whom belong glory and glorification and majesty? The Quranist could not reply, and she said to him, Put off thy clothes. So he doffed them, and she continued, O Commander of the Faithful, the verset of the 16 mims is in the chapter Hud, and is the saying of the Most High, It was said, O Noah, go down in peace from us, and blessing upon thee. That of the 23 cuffs is the verse called of the faith, in the chapter of the cow. That of the 140 ayns is in the chapter of Al-Araf, where the Lord saith, And Moses chose 70 men of his tribe to attend our appointed time, to each man a pair of eyes. And the lesson which lacketh the formula, To whom be glory and glorification, is that which comprises the chapters, The hour draweth nigh, and the moon shall be cloven in twain, the compassionate and the event. Thereupon the professor departed in confusion. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 23. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York. Section 24, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 24, 449th through 452nd night. When it was the 449th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel defeated the Quranist, and took off his clothes, and sent him away confused, then came forward the skilled physician, and said to her, We are free of theology, and come now to physiology. Tell me therefore, how is man made? How many veins, bones, and vertebrae are there in his body? Which is the first and chief vein? And why Adam was named Adam? She replied, Adam was called Adam because of his udma, that is, the wheaten color of his complexion, and also, it is said, because he was created of the adim of the earth, that is to say, of the surface soil. His breast was made of the earth of the Kaaba, his head of earth from the east, and his legs of earth from the west. There were created for him 7 doors in his head, viz., the eyes, the ears, the nostrils, and the mouth, and 2 passages before and behind. The eyes were made the seat of the sight sense, the ears the seat of the hearing sense, the nostrils the seat of the smell sense, the mouth the seat of the taste sense, and the tongue to utter what is in the heart of man. Now Adam was made of a compound of the 4 elements, which be water, earth, fire, and air. The yellow bile is the humor of fire, being hot dry. The black bile that of earth, being cold dry. The phlegm that of water, being cold moist. And the blood that of air, being hot moist. There were made in man 360 veins, 249 bones, and 3 souls or spirits, the animal, the rational, and the natural, to each of which is allotted its proper function. Moreover, Allah made him a heart and spleen and lungs and 6 intestines and a liver and 2 kidneys and buttocks and brain and bones and skin and 5 senses: hearing, seeing, smell, taste, touch. The heart he set on the left side of the breast, and made the stomach the guide and governor thereof. He appointed the lungs for a fan to the heart, and stablished the liver on the right side, opposite thereto. Moreover, he made, besides this, the diaphragm and the viscera, and set up the bones of the breast, and latticed them with the ribs. Question. How many ventricles are there in a man's head? 3, which contain 5 faculties, styled the intrinsic senses, to wit, common sense, imagination, the thinking faculty, perception, and memory. Question. Describe to me the configuration of the bones. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 450th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the physicist said to her, Describe to me the configuration of the bones, she replied, Man's frame consists of 240 bones, which are divided into 3 parts: the head, the trunk, and the extremities. The head is divided into calvarium and face. The skull is constructed of 8 bones, and to it are attached the 4 ossolates of the ear. The face is furnished with an upper jaw of 11 bones and a lower jaw of 1. And to these are added the teeth, 32 in number, and the os hyoids. The trunk is divided into spinal column, breast, and basin. The spinal column is made up of 24 bones, called fikar, or vertebrae, the breast of the breastbone and the ribs, which are 24 in number, 12 on each side, and the basin of the hips, the sacrum, and os coccygeus. The extremities divided into upper and lower, arms and legs. The arms are again divided, firstly into shoulder, comprising shoulder blades and collarbone. Secondly, into the upper arm, which is 1 bone. Thirdly, into forearm, composed of 2 bones, the radius and the ulna. And fourthly, into the hand, consisting of the wrist, the metacarpus of 5, and the fingers, which number 5, of 3 bones each, called the phalanges, except the thumb, which hath but 2. The lower extremities are divided, firstly into thigh, which is 1 bone, secondly into leg, composed of 3 bones, the tibia, the fibula, and the patella, and thirdly into the foot, divided like the hand into tarsus, metatarsus, and toes, and is composed of 7 bones, ranged in 2 rows, 2 in one and 5 in the other. And the metatarsus is composed of 5 bones, and the toes number 5, each of 3 phalanges, except the big toe, which hath only 2. Question. Which is the root of the veins? The aorta, from which they ramify, and they are many, none knoweth the tale of them save he who created them, but I repeat, it is said that they number 360. Moreover, Allah hath appointed the tongue as interpreter for the thought, the eyes to serve as lanterns, the nostrils to smell with, and the hands for prehensors. The liver is the seat of pity, the spleen of laughter, and the kidneys of craft. The lungs are ventilators, the stomach the storehouse, and the heart the prop and pillar of the body. When the heart is sound, the whole body is sound, and when the heart is corrupt, the whole body is corrupt. Question. What are the outward signs and symptoms evidencing disease in the members of the body, both external and internal? A physician, who is a man of understanding, looketh into the state of the body, and is guided by the feel of the hands, according as they are firm or flabby, hot or cool, moist or dry. Internal disorders are also indicated by external symptoms, such as yellowness of the white of the eyes, which denoteth jaundice, and bending of the back, which denoteth disease of the lungs. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 451st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had described to the doctor the outer signs and symptoms, quoth he, Thou hast replied aright. Now what are the internal symptoms of disease? The science of the diagnosis of disease by internal symptoms is founded upon 6 canons. 1. The patient's actions. 2. What is evacuated from his body. 3. The nature of the pain, and 4. The sight thereof. 5. Swelling, and 6. The effluvia given off his person. Question. How cometh hurt to the head? By the ingestion of food upon food, before the first be digested, and by fullness upon fullness. This it is that wasteth peoples. He who would live long, let him be early with the morning meal, and not late with the evening meal. Let him be sparing of commerce with women, and chary of such depilatory measures as cupping and bloodletting. And let him make of his belly 3 parts, 1 for food, 1 for drink, and the 3rd for air. For that a man's intestines are 18 spans in length, and it befitteth that he appoint 6 for meat, 6 for drink, and 6 for breath. If he walk, let him go gently. It will be wholesomer for him, and better for his body, and more in accordance with the saying of the Almighty, Walk not proudly on the earth. Question. What are the symptoms of yellow bile, and what is to be feared therefrom? The symptoms are sallow complexion, and bitter taste in the mouth with dryness, failure of the appetite, venereal and other, and rapid pulse. And the patient hath to fear high fever and delirium, and eruptions and jaundice, and tumor, and ulcers of the bowels, and excessive thirst. Question. What are the symptoms of black bile, and what hath the patient to fear from it, and it get the mastery of the body? The symptoms are false appetite, and great mental disquiet, and cark, and care, and it behoveth that it be evacuated, else it will generate melancholia, and leprosy, and cancer, and disease of the spleen, and ulceration of the bowels. Question. Into how many branches is the art of medicine divided? Into two, the art of diagnosing diseases and that of restoring the diseased body to health. Question. When is the drinking of medicine more efficacious than other when? When the sap runs in the wood, and the grape thickens in the cluster, and the two auspicious planets, Jupiter and Venus, are in the ascendant. Then setteth in the proper season for drinking of drugs and doing away of disease. Question. What time is it when, if a man drink water from a new vessel, the drink is sweeter and lighter or more digestible to him than at another time, and there ascendeth to him a pleasant fragrance and a penetrating? When he waiteth a while after eating, as quoth the poet, drink not upon thy food in haste, but wait a while, else thou with halter shall thy frame to sickness lead. And patient bear a little thirst from food, then drink, and thus, O brother, haply thou shalt win thy need. Question. What food is it that giveth not rise to ailment? That which is not eaten but after hunger, and when it is eaten, the ribs are not filled with it, even as saith Jalinus, or Galen the physician, whoso will take in food, let him go slowly, and he shall not go wrongly. And to conclude with his saying, on whom be blessing and peace, the stomach is the house of disease, and diet the head of healing. For the origin of all sickness is indigestion, that is to say, corruption of the meat. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 452nd night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel said to the doctor, The stomach is the house of disease, and diet is the head of healing, for the origin of all sickness is indigestion, that is to say, corruption of the meat in the stomach, he rejoined, Thou hast replied aright. What sayest thou of the Hammam? Let not the full man enter it. Quoth the Prophet, The bath is the blessing of the house, for that it cleanseth the body and calleth to mind the fire. Question. What hammams are best for bathing in? Those whose waters are sweet, and whose space is ample, and which are kept well aired, their atmosphere representing the 4 seasons, autumn and summer and winter and spring. Question. What kind of food is the most profitable? That which women make, and which hath not cost over much trouble, and which is readily digested. The most excellent of food is bruis, or bread sopped in broth, according to the saying of the Prophet, Bruis excelleth other food, even as Aisha excelleth other women. Question. What kind of kitchen or seasoning is the most profitable? Flesh meat, quoth the Prophet, is the most excellent of kitchen, for that it is the delight of this world and the next world. Question. What kind of meat is the most profitable? Mutton, but jerked meat is to be avoided, for there is no profit in it. Question. What of fruits? Eat them in their prime, and quit them when their season is past. Question. What sayest thou of drinking water? Drink it not in large quantities, nor swallow it by gulps, or it will give thee headache, and cause divers kinds of harm. Neither drink it immediately after leaving the hammam, nor after carnal copulation or eating, except it be after the lapse of 15 minutes for a young man, or 40 for an old man, nor after waking from sleep. Question. What of drinking fermented liquors? Doth not the prohibition suffice thee in the book of Almighty Allah, where he saith, Verily wine and lots and images and the divining arrows are an abomination of Satan's work. Therefore avoid them, that ye may prosper. And again, they will ask thee concerning wine and lots. Answer, in both there is great sin, and also some things of use unto men, but their sinfulness is greater than their use. Hence quoth the poet, O bibber of liquor, art not ashamed to drink what Allah forbade thee drain? Put it far from thee, and approach it not. It holds what Allah forbade as bane. And quoth another to the same purport, I drank the sin till my reason fled. I'll drink that reason to loss misled. As for the advantages that be therein, it disperseth stone and gravel from the kidneys, and strengtheneth the viscera, and banisheth care, and moveth to generosity, and preserveth health and digestion. It conserveth the body, expelleth disease from the joints, purifieth the frame of corrupt humours, engendereth cheerfulness, gladdeneth the heart of man, and keepeth up the natural heat. It contracteth the bladder, enforceth the liver, and removeth obstructions, reddeneth the cheeks, cleareth away maggots from the brain, and deferreth grey hairs. In short, had not Allah, to whom be honor and glory, forbidden it, there were not on the face of the earth aught fit to stand in its stead. As for gambling by lots, it is a game of hazard, such as dicing, not of skill. Question. What wine is best? That which is pressed from white grapes and kept 80 days or more after fermentation. It resembleth not water, and indeed there is nothing on the surface of the earth like unto it. Question. What sayest thou of cupping? It is for him who is overfull of blood, and who hath no defect therein. And whoso would be cupped, let it be during the wane of the moon, on a day without cloud, wind, or rain, and on the 17th of the month. If it fall on a Tuesday, it will be the more efficacious, and nothing is more salutary for the brain and eyes, and for clearing the intellect, than cupping. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 24. Recording by Eva Easton. youtube.com/user/Eva Easton. Section 25, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 25, 453rd through 456th night. When it was the 453rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel enumerated the benefits of cupping, quoth the doctor, What is the best time for cupping? One should be cupped on the spittle, that is, in the morning before eating, for this fortifieth the wit and the memory. It is reported of the Prophet that when anyone complained to him of a pain in the head or legs, he would bid him be cupped, and after cupping not eat salt food, fasting, for it engendereth scurvy. Neither eat sour things as curded milk immediately after cupping. Question. When is cupping to be avoided? On Sabbaths or Saturdays and Wednesdays, and let him who is cupped on these days blame none but himself. Moreover, one should not be cupped in very hot weather, nor in very cold weather, and the best season for cupping is springtide. Quoth the doctor, Now tell me of carnal copulation. Hereupon Tawaddud hung her head for shame and confusion before the Caliph's majesty, then said, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, it is not that I am at fault, but that I am ashamed, though indeed the answer is on the edge of my tongue. Said the Caliph, Speak, O damsel, whereupon said she, Copulation hath in it many and exceeding virtues and praiseworthy qualities, amongst which are that it lighteneth the body full of black bile, and calmeth the heat of love, and induceth affection, and dilateth the heart, and dispelleth the sadness of solitude. And the excess of it is more harmful in summer and autumn than in spring and winter. Question. What are its good effects? It banisheth trouble and disquiet, calmeth love and wrath, and is good for ulcers, especially in a cold and dry humor. On the other hand, excess of it weakeneth the sight, and engendereth pains in the legs and head and back. And beware of carnal connection with old women, for they are deadly. Quoth the Imam Ali, whose face Allah honor, 4 things kill and ruin the body: entering the Hammam on a full stomach, eating salt food, copulation on a plethora of blood, and lying with an ailing woman. For she will weaken thy strength and infect thy frame with sickness, and an old woman is deadly poison. And quoth one of them, Beware of taking an old woman to wife, though she be richer in hoards than Qarun. Question. What is the best copulation? If the woman be tender of years, comely of shape, fair of face, swelling of breast, and of noble race, she will add to thee strength and health of body. And let her be even as saith a certain poet describing her, Seeing thy looks, what's she what thou desirest, by inspiration wants nor word nor sign. And when thou dost behold her rarest grace, the charms of every garden canst decline. Question. At what time is copulation good? If by night after food digested, and if by day after the morning meal. Question. What are the most excellent fruits? Pomegranate and citron. Question. Which is the most excellent of vegetables? Endive. Question. Which of sweet-scented flowers? Rose and violet. Question. How is the seed of man secreted? There is in man a vein which feedeth all the other veins. Now water is collected from the 360 veins, and, in the form of red blood, entereth the left testicle, where it is decocted, by the heat of temperament inherent in the son of Adam, into a thick white liquid, whose odor is as that of the palm spathe. Question. What flying thing is it that emitteth seed and menstruateth? The flittermouse, that is, the bat. Question. What is that which when confined and shut out from the air liveth, and when let out to smell the air dieth? The fish. Question. What serpent layeth eggs? The suban, or dragon. With this the physician waxed weary with much questioning, and held his peace, when Tawaddud said to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, he hath questioned me till he is tired out, and now I will ask him one question, which if he answer not, I will take his clothes as lawful prize. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 454th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel said to the Commander of the Faithful, Verily, he hath questioned me till he is tired out, and now I will ask him one question, which, if he answer not, I will take his clothes as lawful prize, the Caliph cried, Ask on. So quoth she to the physician, What is that thing which resembleth the earth in roundness, whose resting place and whose spine are hidden from men's eyes, little of price and estimation, narrow of chest, and shackled as to throat, though it be nor runaway slave, nor pestilent thief, thrust through and through, though not in fray, and wounded, though not in fight. Time eateth its vigor, and water wasteth it away. Now it is beaten without blemish, and then made to serve without stint. United after separation, submissive, but not to him who caresseth it, pregnant without child in belly, drooping, yet not leaning on its side, becoming dirty, yet purifying itself, cleaving to its fear, yet changing, copulating without a yard, wrestling without arms, resting and taking its ease, bitten, yet not crying out, now more complacent than a cup companion, and then more troublesome than summer heat, leaving its mate by night, and embracing her by day, and having its abode in the corners of the mansions of the noble. The physician was silent a while in perplexity, and his color changed, and he bowed his head, and made no reply. Whereupon she said to him, Ho, sir doctor, speak or doff thy dress. At this he rose and said, O Commander of the Faithful, bear witness against me that this damsel is more learned than I in medicine and what else, and that I cannot cope with her. And he put off his clothes and fled forth. Quoth the Caliph to Tawaddud, Ree us thy riddle. And she replied, O Commander of the Faithful, it is the button and the button loop. Then she undertook the astronomers, and said, Let him of you who is an astronomer rise and come forward. So the astronomer advanced and sat down before her. And when she saw him, she laughed and said, Art thou the astronomer, the mathematician, the scribe? Yes, answered he. Quoth she, Ask of what thou wilt. Success resteth with Allah. So he said, Tell me of the sun and its rising and setting. And she replied, Know that the sun riseth from the shadows in the eastern hemisphere, and setteth in the shadows of the western. And each hemisphere compriseth 180 degrees. Quoth Allah Almighty, I swear by the Lord of the East and of the West. And again, He it is who hath ordained the sun to shine by day, and the moon for a light by night, and hath appointed her station, that ye might know the number of years and the computation of time. The moon is sultan of the night, and the sun sultan of the day, and they vie with each other in their courses, and follow without overtaking each other. Quoth Almighty Allah, it is not expedient that the sun overtake the moon in her course, neither doth the night outstrip the day, but each of these luminaries moveth in a peculiar orbit. Question. When the day cometh, what becometh of the night? And what of the day when the night cometh? He causeth the night to enter in upon the day, and he causeth the day to enter in upon the night. Question. Enumerate to me the mansions of the moon. They number 28, to wit: Shahratan, Butain, Suraya, Dabaran, Haka, Khana, Zira, Nasrakh, Tarf, Jabha, Zubra, Sarfa, Awa, Simak, Gafar, Subani, Iklil, Kalb, Shala, Naam, Balda, Sa'ad al-Zabih, Sa'ad al-Bula, Sa'ad al-Saud, Sa'ad al-Aqbiyah, Farq, the former, and Farq, the latter, and Risha'ah. They are disposed in the order of the letters of the Abjad Hawas, or older alphabet, according to their numerical power, and in them are secret virtues which none knoweth save Allah, extolled and exalted be He, and established in science. They are divided among the 12 signs of the zodiac, 2 mansions, and 1/3 of a mansion to each sign. Thus, Shahratan, Butan, and 1/3 of Suraya belong to Aries. The other 2/3 of Suraya, Dabaran, and 2/3 of Hakka to Taurus. The other 1/3 of Hakka, Hana, and Zira to Gemini. Nasrakh, Tarf, and 1/3 of Jabba to Cancer. The other 2/3 of Jabba, Zubrakh, and 2/3 of Sarfa to Leo. The other 1/3 of Sarfa, Awa, Simak, to Virgo. Gafar, Subani, and 1/3 of Iklil to Libra. The other 2/3 of Iklil, Kalb, and 2/3 of Shala to Scorpio. The other 1/3 of Shala, Naim, and Balda to Sagittarius. Sa'ad al-Zabih, Sa'ad al-Bula, and 1/3 of Sa'ad al-Saud to Capricorn. The other 2/3 of Sa'ad al-Saud, Sa'ad al-Aqbiyah, and 2/3 of Farq, the former, to Aquarius. The other 1/3 of Farq, the former, Farq, the latter, and Risha to Pisces. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 455th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel enumerated the mansions and distributed them into their signs, the astronomer said, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me of the planets and their natures, also of their sojourn in the zodiacal signs, their aspects, auspicious and sinister, their houses, ascendants and descendants. She answered, The sitting is narrow for so large a matter, but I will say as much as I can. Now the planets number 7, which are the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. The sun, hot, dry, sinister in conjunction, favorable in opposition, abideth 30 days in each sign. The moon, cold, moist, and favorable of aspect, tarrieth in each sign 2 days and a third of another day. Mercury is of a mixed nature, favorable in conjunction with the favorable, and sinister in conjunction with the sinister aspects, and abideth in each sign 17 days and a half day. Venus, temperate and favorable, abideth in each sign 25 days. Mars is sinister, and woneth in each sign 10 months. Jupiter is auspicious, and abideth in each sign a year. Saturn, cold, dry, and sinister, tarrieth in each sign 30 months. The house of the sun is Leo, her ascendant is Aries, and her descendant Aquarius. The moon's house is Cancer, his ascendant Taurus, his descendant Scorpio, and his sinister aspect Capricorn. Saturn's house is Capricorn Aquarius, his ascendant Libra, his descendant Aries, and his sinister aspects Cancer and Leo. Jupiter's house is Pisces Sagittarius, his ascendant Cancer, his descendant Capricorn, and his sinister aspects Gemini and Leo. Venus's house is Taurus, her ascendant Pisces, her descendant Libra, and her sinister aspects Aries and Scorpio. Mercury's house is Gemini Virgo, his ascendant Virgo, his descendant Pisces, and his sinister aspect Taurus. Mars' house is Aries Scorpio, his ascendant Capricorn, his descendant Cancer, and his sinister aspect Libra. Now when the astronomer saw her acuteness and comprehensive learning, and heard her fair answers, he bethought him for a sleight to confound her before the commander of the faithful, and said to her, O damsel, tell me, will rain fall this month? At this she bowed her head and pondered so long that the Caliph thought her at a loss for an answer, and the astronomer said to her, Why dost thou not speak? Quoth she, I will not speak except the commander of the faithful give me leave. So the Caliph laughed and said, How so? Cried she, I would have thee give me a sword, that I may strike off his head, for he is an infidel, an agnostic, an atheist. At this, loud laughed the Caliph, and those about him laughed. And she continued, O astronomer, there are 5 things that none knoweth save Allah Almighty. And she repeated the verset, I, Allah, with him is the knowledge of the hour, and he causeth the rain to descend at his own appointed time, and he knoweth what is in the wombs of females, but no soul knoweth what it shall have gotten on the morrow, neither wotteth any soul in what land it shall die. Verily Allah is knowing, informed of all. Quoth the astronomer, Thou hast said well, and I, by Allah, thought only to try thee. Rejoined she, Know that the almanac makers have certain signs and tokens referring to the planets and constellations relative to the coming in of the year, and folk have learned something by experience. Question. What be that? Each day hath a planet that ruleth it. So if the first day in the year fall on first day, Sunday, that day is the sun's. And this portendeth, though Allah alone is all-knowing, oppression of kings and sultans and governors, and much miasma and lack of rain, and that people will be in great tumult, And the grain crop will be good except lentils, which will perish, and the vines will rot, and flax will be dear, and wheat cheap, from the beginning of Tuba to the end of Barmachat. And in this year there will be much fighting among kings, and there shall be great plenty of good in this year, but Allah is all-knowing. Question. What if the first day fall on second day, Monday? That day belongeth to the moon, and portendeth righteousness in administrators and officials, and that it will be a year of much rain, and grain crops will be good. But linseed will decay, and wheat will be cheap in the month Kiak. Also the plague will rage, and the sheep and goats will die. Grapes will be plentiful, and honey scarce, and cotton cheap. And Allah is omniscient. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 456th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel ended her notice of second day, the astronomer said to her, Now tell me what will occur if New Year's Day fall on third day, Tuesday. She replied, This is Mars' day, and portendeth death of great men, and much destruction, and deluge of blood, and dearness of grain, lack of rain, and scarcity of fish, which will anon be in excess, and anon fail. Lentils and honey in this year will be cheap, and linseed dear, and only barley will thrive, to the exception of all other cereals. Great will be the fighting among kings, and death will be in the blood, and there will be much mortality among asses. Question. What if it fall on fourth day? That is Mercury's day, and portendeth great tumult among the folk, and much enmity, and though rains be moderate, rotting of some of the green crops. Also that there will be sore mortality among cattle and young children, and much fighting by sea. That wheat will be dear from Bermuda to Misra, and other grains cheap. Thunder and lightning will abound, and honey will be dear. Palm trees will thrive and bear abundantly, and flax and cotton will be plentiful, while radishes and onions will be dear. But Allah is all-knowing. Question. What if it fall on fifth day? That is Jupiter's day, and portendeth equity in wazirs, and righteousness in qazis and fakirs, and the ministers of religion. And that good will be plentiful. Rains and fruit and trees and grain will abound, and flax, cotton, honey, grapes, and fish be cheap, and Allah is omniscient. Question. What if it fall on meeting day or Friday? That day appertaineth to Venus, and portendeth oppression in the chiefs of the jinn, and talk of forgery and backbiting. There will be much dew. The autumn crops will be good in the land, and there will be cheapness in one town and not in another. Ungraciousness will be rife by land and sea. Linseed will be dear, also wheat in Hatur, but cheap in Amshir. Honey will be dear, and grapes and watermelons will rot, and Allah is omniscient. Question. What if it fall on the Sabbath, Saturday? That is Saturn's day, and portendeth the preferment of slaves and Greeks, and those in whom there is no good, neither in their neighborhood. There will be great drought and dearth. Clouds will abound, and death will be rife among the sons of Adam, and woe to the people of Egypt and Syria from the oppression of the Sultan, and failure of blessing upon the green crops, and rotting of grain. And Allah is all-knowing. Now with this the astronomer hung his head very low, and she said to him, O astronomer, I will ask thee one question, which if thou answer not, I will take thy clothes. Ask, replied he. Quoth she, Where is Saturn's dwelling place? And he answered, In the seventh heaven. Question. And that of Jupiter? In the sixth heaven. Question. And that of Mars? In the fifth heaven. Question. And that of the sun? In the fourth heaven. Question. And that of Venus? In the third heaven. Question. And that of Mercury? In the second heaven. Question. And that of the moon? In the first heaven. Quoth she, Well answered, but I have one more question to ask thee. And quoth he, Ask. Accordingly she said, Now tell me concerning the stars. Into how many parts are they divided? But he was silent and answered nothing. And she cried to him, Put off thy clothes. So he doffed them, and she took them. After which the Caliph said to her, Tell us the answer to thy question. She replied, O Commander of the Faithful, the stars are divided into 3 parts, whereof 1/3 is hung in the sky of the earth, as it were lamps to give light to the earth, and a part is used to shoot the demons withal, when they draw near by stealth to listen to the talk in heaven. Quoth Allah Almighty, Verily we have dight the sky of the earth with the adornment of the stars, and have appointed them for projectiles against every rebellious Satan. And the 3rd part is hung in air to illuminate the seas, and give light to what is therein. Quoth the astronomer, I have one more question to ask, which if she answer, I will avow myself beaten. Say on, answered she. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 25. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, May 2011. Section 26, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 26, 457th through 460th night. When it was the 457th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the astronomer said, Now tell me what 4 contraries are based upon other 4 contraries. Replied she, The 4 qualities of caloric and frigoric, humidity and siccity. For of heat Allah created fire, whose nature is hot-dry, of dryness earth, which is cold-dry, of cold water, which is cold-wet, of moisture air, which is hot-wet. Moreover, he created 12 signs of the zodiac: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces, and appointed them of the 4 humors: 3 fiery, Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius; 3 earthly, Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn; 3 airy, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius; and 3 watery, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. Hereupon the astronomer rose, and saying, Bear witness against me that she is more learned than I, away he went, beaten. Then quoth the Caliph, Where is the philosopher? At which one rose hastily and came forward and said to Tawaddud, What is time, and what be its limits, and its days, and what things bringeth it? Replied she, Time is a term applied to the hours of the night and day, which are but the measures of the courses of the sun and moon in their several heavens, even as Allah Almighty telleth us when he saith, Assigned to them also is the night, from which we strip off the day, and lo, they are plunged in darkness, and the sun runneth to her place of rest. This is the ordinance of the Sublime, the All-Knowing. Question. How cometh unbelief to the son of Adam? It is reported of the Apostle, whom Allah bless and preserve, that he said, Unbelief in a man runneth as the blood runneth in his veins, when he revileth the world and time and night and the hour. And again, Let none of you revile time, for time is God, neither revile the world, for she saith, May Allah not aid him who revileth me. Neither revile the hour, for the hour is surely coming, there is no doubt thereof. Neither revile the earth, for it is a portent, according to the saying of the Most High, Out of the ground have we created you, and into the same will we cause you to return. And we will bring you forth yet thence another time. Question. What are the 5 that ate and drank, yet came not out of loins nor womb? Adam and Simeon, and Salis she-camel, and Ishmael's ram, and the bird that Abu Bakr the truth-teller saw in the cave. Question. Tell me of 5 that are in paradise, and are neither humans, jinns, nor angels. Jacob's wolf, and the 7 sleepers' dog, and Esdras' ass, and Salis' camel, and Duldul the mule of the Prophet, upon whom be blessings and peace. Question. What man prayed a prayer neither on earth nor in heaven? Solomon, when he prayed on his carpet, borne by the wind. Question. Read me this riddle. A man once looked at a handmaid during dawn prayer, and she was unlawful to him. But at noonday she became lawful to him. By mid-afternoon she was again unlawful, but at sundown she was lawful to him. At supper time she was a 3rd time unlawful, but by daybreak she became once more lawful to him. This was a man who looked at another slave girl in the morning, and she was then unlawful to him. But at midday he bought her, and she became lawful to him. At mid-afternoon he freed her, and she became unlawful to him. But at sundown he married her, and she was again lawful to him. At nightfall he divorced her, and she was then a 3rd time unlawful to him. But next morning at daybreak he took her back, and she became once more lawful to him. Question. Tell me what tomb went about with him that laid buried therein? Jonah's whale, when it had swallowed him. Question. What spot of lowland is it upon which the sun shone once, but will never again shine till Judgment Day? The bottom of the Red Sea, when Moses smote it with his staff, and the sea clave asunder in 12 places, according to the number of the tribes. Then the sun shone on the bottom, and will do so never more until Judgment Day. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 458th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the philosopher then addressed the damsel, saying, What was the first skirt that trailed over the face of the earth? She replied, That of Hagar, out of shame before Sarah, and it became a custom among the Arabs. Question. What is that which breatheth without life? Quoth Almighty Allah, By the morning when it breatheth. Question. Re me this riddle. A number of pigeons came to a high tree and lighted, some on the tree and others under it. Said those on the tree to those on the ground, If one of you come up to us, ye will be a third part of us all in number. And if one of us descend to you, we shall be like unto you in number. How many pigeons were there in all? 12. 7 alighted on the tree, and 5 beneath. And if one go up, those above would be 8 to 4. And if one go down, both would be 6, and Allah is all-knowing. With this, the philosopher put off his clothes and fled. Whereupon the next contest took place, for she turned to the Olema present and said, Which of you is the rhetorician that can discourse on all arts and sciences? There came forward a sage hight Ibrahim bin Siyar, and said to her, Think me not like the rest. Quoth she, It is the more assured to me that thou wilt be beaten, for that thou art a boaster, and Allah will help me to victory over thee, that I may strip thee of thy clothes. So if thou sentest one to fetch thee wherewithal to cover thyself, 'twould be well for thee. Cried he, By Allah, I will assuredly conquer thee, and make thee a byword among the peoples, generation after generation. Rejoined she, Do penance in advance for thy broken oath. Then he asked, What 5 things did Allah create before he made man? And she answered, Water and earth and light and darkness and the fruits of the earth. Question. What did Allah create with the hand of omnipotence? The Arsh, throne of God, or the imperial heaven, and the tree Tuba, and Adam, and the Garden of Eden. These Allah created with the hand of his omnipotence. But to all other created things he said, Be, and they were. Question. Who is thy father in al-Islam? Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve. Question. Who was the father in al-Islam of Muhammad? Abraham, the friend of God. Question. What is the faith of al-Islam? The professing that there is no God but the God, and that Muhammad is the apostle of God. Question. What is thy first and thy last? My first is man's seed in the shape of foul water, and my last filthy carrion. The first of me is dust, and the last of me is dust. Quoth the poet, Of dust was I created, and man did I become. In question ever ready, and I fluent in reply. Then I unto the dust returned, became of it again, for that in very deed of dust at first create was I. He continued, What thing was it whose first state was wood, and its last life? Moses' staff, when he cast it on the valley ground, and it became, by permission of Allah, a writhing serpent. Question. What is the meaning of the word of the Lord, and I have other occasion for it? He, Moses, was wont to plant his staff in the ground, and it would flower and fruit, and shade him from the heat and from the cold. Moreover, it would carry him when he was weary, and whilst he slept, guard his sheep from lions and wild beasts. Question. What woman was born of a man alone, and what man of a woman alone? Eve of Adam, and Jesus of Mary. Question. Tell me of the four fires, what fire eateth and drinketh? What fire eateth but drinketh not? What fire drinketh but eateth not? And what other neither eateth nor drinketh? The fire of the world eateth but drinketh not. The fire which eateth and drinketh is hell fire. The fire of the sun drinketh but eateth not. And the fire of the moon neither eateth nor drinketh. Question. Which is the open door, and which the shut? The traditional ordinances are the open door, the Quranic the shut door. Question. Of what doth the poet speak when he saith, and dweller in the tomb, whose food is at his head, when he eateth of that meat, of words he waxeth fain. He riseth, and he walketh, and he talketh without tongue, and returneth to the tomb, where his kith and kin are lain. No living wight is he, yet in honor he abides, nor dead, yet he deserveth that Allah him assain. She replied, The reed pen. Quoth he, What doth the poet refer to in these verses? Two vests in one, blood flowing easiest wise, rosy red ears, and mouth wide open lies. It hath a cock-like form, its belly pecks, and if you price it, half a dirham buys. She replied, The ink case. Quoth he, And in these? Ho say to men of wisdom, wit, and lore, to sapient, reverent, clever counselor, Tell me, what was't you saw that bird bring forth, when wandering Arab land and Ajam o'er? No flesh it beareth, and it hath no blood, nor down, nor any feathers ere it wore. 'Tis eaten cooked, and eke 'tis eaten cold. 'Tis eaten buried 'neath the flames that roar. It showeth twofold colors, silver white, and yellow brighter than pure golden ore. 'Tis not seen living, or we count it dead. So re my riddle, rich in marvel store. She replied, Thou makest longsome the questioning anent an egg worth a mite. Question. And this? I waved to and fro, and he waved to and fro, with a motion so pleasant, now fast and now slow, and at last he sunk down on my bosom of snow. Your lover friend? No friend, my fan, said she. Question. How many words did Allah speak to Moses? It is related of the apostle that he said, God spoke to Moses 1,515 words. Question. Tell me of 14 things that speak to the Lord of the worlds. The 7 heavens and the 7 earths, when they say, We come obedient to thy command. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 459th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damsel made the answer, the philosopher continued, Tell me of Adam, and how he was first created. And she said, Allah created Adam of clay. The clay he made of foam, and the foam of the sea of darkness, darkness of light, light of a fish, the fish of a rock, the rock of a ruby, the ruby of water, and the water he created by his omnipotence, according to his saying, exalted be his name. His commandment, when he willeth aught, is but to say, Be, and it is. Question. What is meant by the poet in these verses? and eater, lacking mouth and even maw, yet trees and beasts to it are daily bread. Well fed it thrives and shows a lively life, but give it water and you do it dead? This, quoth she, is fire. And in these, he asked, two lovers barred from every joy and bliss, who through the livelong night embracing lie, they guard the folk from all calamities, but with the rising sun apart they fly? She answered, the leaves of a door. Quoth he, tell me of the gates of Gehenna. Quoth she, they are 7 in number, and their names are comprised in these 2 couplets. Jahannam, next Laza, and third Hatim. Then count Sa'ir and Sakar Ik, 5-fold. 6th comes Jahim, and Hawiyah the 7th. Here are 7 hells in 4 lines briefly told. Quoth he, to what doth the poet refer when he saith, she wears a pair of ringlets long let down behind her, as she comes and goes at speed, and eye that never tastes of sleep, nor sheds a tear, for ne'er a drop it hath at need, that never all its life wore stitch of clothes, yet robes mankind in every mode of weed. Quoth she, a needle. Question. What is the length and what the breadth of the bridge al-Sirat? Its length is 3,000 years' journey, 1,000 in descent, and 1,000 in ascent, and 1,000 level. It is sharper than a sword, and finer than a hair. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 460th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had described to him al-Sirat, the philosopher said, inform me how many intercessions with Allah hath the Prophet for each soul? 3. Question. Was Abu Bakr the first who embraced al-Islam? Yes. Question. Yet Ali became a Moslem before him? Ali came to the Prophet when he was a boy of 7 years old, for Allah vouchsafed him knowledge of the way of salvation in his tender youth, so that he never prostrated himself to idols. Quoth he, tell me, which is the more excellent, Ali or Abbas? Now she knew that, in propounding this question, Ibrahim was laying a trap for her. For if she said Ali is more excellent than Abbas, she would lack excuse with the Caliph for undervaluing his ancestor. So she bowed her head a while, now reddening, then paling, and lastly said, thou askest me of 2 excellent men, each having his own excellence. Let us return to what we were about. When the Caliph Harun al-Rashid heard her, he stood up and said, thou hast spoken well, by the Lord of the Kaaba, O Tawadud. Then quoth Ibrahim the rhetorician, what meaneth the poet when he saith, slim-waisted one whose taste is sweet as sweet, likest a lance whereupon no head we scan, and all the lieges find at work them wheel, eaten of afternoon in Ramazan. She answered, the sugar cane. And he said, tell me of many things. Asked she, what are they? And he said, what is sweeter than honey? What is sharper than the sword? What is swifter than poison? What is the delight of a moment, and what the contentment of 3 days? What is the pleasantest of days? What is the joy of a week? What is that debt the worst debtor denieth not? What is the prison of the tomb? What is the joy of the heart? What is the snare of the soul? What is death in life? What is the disease that may not be healed? What is the shame that may not be wiped off? What is the beast that woneth not in cultivated fields, but lodgeth in waste places, and hateth the sons of Adam, and hath in him somewhat of the make of 7 strong and violent beasts? Quoth she, Hear what I shall say in reply, then put off thy clothes, that I may explain to thee. And the Caliph said, Expound, and he shall doff his clothes. So she said, Now that which is sweeter than honey is the love of pious children to their 2 parents. That which is sharper than the sword is the tongue. That which is swifter than poison is the envier's eye. The delight of a moment is carnal copulation, and the contentment of 3 days is the depilatory for women. The pleasantest of days is that of profit on merchandise. The joy of a week is the bride. The debt which the worst debtor denieth not is death. The prison of the tomb is a bad son. The joy of the heart is a woman obedient to her husband. And it is said also that when flesh meat descendeth upon the heart, it rejoiceth therein. The snare of the soul is a disobedient slave. Death in life is poverty. The disease that may not be healed is an ill nature, and the shame that may not be wiped away is an ill daughter. Lastly, the beast that woneth not in cultivated fields, but lodgeth in waste places, and hateth the sons of Adam, and hath in him somewhat of the make of 7 strong and violent beasts, is the locust, whose head is as the head of a horse, its neck as the neck of a bull, its wings as the wings of the vulture, its feet as the feet of the camel, its tail as the tail of the serpent, its belly as the belly of the scorpion, and its horns as the horns of the gazelle. The Caliph was astounded at her quickness and understanding, and said to the rhetorician, Doff thy clothes. So he rose up and cried, I call all who are present in this assembly to witness that she is more learned than I and every other learned man. And he put off his clothes and gave them to her, saying, Take them, and may Allah not bless them to thee. So the Caliph ordered him fresh clothes and said, O Tawaddud, there is one thing left of that for which thou didst engage, namely, chess. And he sent for experts of chess and cards and tric-trac. The chess players sat down before her, and they set the pieces, and he moved, and she moved. But every move he made, she speedily countered. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 26. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, May 2011.